as well. So plenty of stuff on the way, plenty of stuff for us to look forward to. Sami and Penta against Bron and Bronson. New Day against Judgment Day in a World Tag Team title match. Sheamus taking on Rusev. Rhea Ripley kicking off the show with a special message. Gunther is going to appear ahead of his match with Goldberg. So, yeah, I don't know. This card is a real interesting one. Starting early because of SmackDown taping. Again, I don't know if you've heard, I'm sure many of you have, that actually we're going to do Raw first, and then we're going to move on to the SmackDown taping afterwards. That won't be shown until Friday, so lots of spoilers that you're going to need to avoid, right? Lots of spoilers that you're going to have to watch out for. But, yeah, we're focused obviously on Raw. I think the show looks okay. It doesn't look amazing, in my opinion. I mean, I think Sheamus-Rusev could be a fun match. I think part of the problem with that, though, Rusev feels very cold to me. I don't know how Rusev feels to you, but I don't have any emotion about Rusev coming back. I thought I would have, but just everything he's done has been really flat, very unexciting. I don't know. Maybe it's because we've got some big guys doing some really impressive stuff at the moment that Rusev is just struggling to stand out. You know, we've got Jacob, we've got Big Bronson Reed. You know, there's bigger guys that are doing some good stuff. So maybe it's just hard for Rusev to kind of stand out. So Sheamus Rusev, it'll be fun. It'll be fine. It might even be a banger because we know that Sheamus looks to deliver those, but I don't know. It'll be okay. Yeah, I can't say that I'm like sitting here like all massively excited for it, but let's see how it goes. New Day Judgment Day. Little strange because that's heels against heels. Like, I don't really know who we're meant to root for because Judgment Day, the heels, New Day. I mean, I would say I'm probably leaning Judgment Day than I am more New Day. But I don't know. I find that a very strange match. Very strange match. Sami and Penta against Bronson makes sense because of what went down at the weekend, of course. Rhea Ripley kicking off the show should be fun. Don't really know what she's going to say. I'm guessing it'll have something to do with Evolution. And then Gunther appearing ahead of his match with Goldberg. That'll be interesting. But we kind of know where we're going with that. We're building to Saturday night's main event. We got a couple of shows to go until we get to it. We already know we're getting that match. I don't really know what he can do, to be honest, in that segment that's going to be massively entertaining. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, you know. I think this show's going to be, from a creative point of view, a little bit of a tricky one because you kind of very quickly now are going to build towards Saturday night's main event and Evolution. And so you've got to like progress some stories. But I don't know. Sometimes progressing stories doesn't really give you much room for OMG moments. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that's what we've got on deck tonight for Monday Night Raw. Let's jump over into the chat, see where the conversations are at, see what you lot think about the show today. Do you think that it's better than I'm giving it credit for? I mean, I'm not down on it. I'm just saying, like, you know, are we sat here on the verge of like a real classic, amazing episode of Raw? It doesn't feel like we are. So it feels like it should be solid. It should be good. It should be more than acceptable with some nice moments in there. But yeah, you know, that's my thoughts. What are your thoughts? Shotwave said the show's going to be bleep. No point watching, according to Daze. No, that's not true. I'm not saying no point watching. I'm saying it's going to be solid. It's going to be fine. I don't know where the spectacular is going to come from. I don't know where the big talking points are going to come from. You know, New Day, Judgment Day. I don't know that I see a title change there, but if we do, it'll be heels against heels. I don't know. I'm looking for those big OMG moments. I still think it's going to be solid. I'm expecting, as of right now, if I was to predict my score, I would say I'd be in the 6s. That's where I think I'm going to finish by the end of this show. I think I'll be in the 6s. AAA said, what are the two main events for SummerSlam? There's no rumours. I mean, we know we're getting Cody and Cena, and I can't see anything happening between now and SummerSlam to kind of derail us from that. So Cody against SummerSlam definitely feels like that's one of them. The other one, I mean, Roman's meant to be returning. Maybe that's on this show. Maybe we get Roman. Perhaps that's the curveball that I'm not seeing. So Roman's meant to be returning. I'm sure when he does, he'll be coming after Seth. So yeah, it feels like that could be maybe the main event of night one. Maybe Roman and Seth, or some sort of big multi-person tag match. Who do we think will beat Gunther for the belt? I don't think it's going to be Goldberg, but there is a theory out there that Goldberg could beat Gunther and then Seth cashes in on Goldberg, because obviously this is going to be Goldberg's last match. And I think I don't think it's a big problem that it's his last match, because of course he could win the title and then just immediately forfeit it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he's definitely not winning, but it's a good indication that he's not going to win. But there is a thought out there that Goldberg could win and then Seth immediately cashes in, and then that gets the World Heavyweight Championship onto Seth Rollins. So there is a thought we could do that, and then maybe we end up with Seth versus Roman for that title at SummerSlam. SmackDown is taped immediately after Raw, says Davids. Will be available to watch on Netflix for international. SmackDown won't be. So, you know, they're going to air Raw live, and then afterwards they'll just tape a few bits, and then they'll turn that into a show that will air on Friday as normal. So yeah, kind of forget SmackDown, if you will. It's not really relevant to today, other than that's why we're starting a few hours earlier than we normally would, and then that's going to catch, as we said, a few people off guards. So, David, shout out to you. AAA, shout out to you. Daze, Roman is going to be at SummerSlam, said CJ. Yes, I've heard that. James said, always a pleasure. Are you ready? Wrestling family, let's get it. James Jones, shout out to you, buds. Mohammed, hello, said, Daze, hope you're doing fine and well. What do we think about Cena now appearing on the 18th of July SmackDown? It's going to make the beef with Seth dead, regardless of cash-in. What will Cody do now? So, yeah, we've got a little bit of time to wait. I mean, Cody, to be honest, might go into a little feuds or a little side thing. It's a little bit like when you win the Rumble and you've got to get to WrestleMania. Like, you might actually have like the champ do some at Elimination Chamber because there's a little bit of time to kill. So, you know, it's kind of like we're locked in with those two, but that doesn't mean that we just do week after week after week of them two, like, you know, promoing against each other. It could be that they do a little side quest, or, you know, Cody goes to help out someone for a little bit. Certainly if Cena's not going to be around. I mean, the other thing, though, that you can do is you can have Cody just talk about the mistakes that he made at WrestleMania and how he's not going to make those mistakes again. I think there is something really interesting in regards to Cody. I think that Cody's got a bit of a dilemma in the sense of they've set the table for him to be a little edgier. So you might remember that at WrestleMania, he refused to kind of cheat, if you will, right? It wasn't really cheating because John obviously had Travis come down and he ended up using the belt and, you know, low blows and all this kind of stuff. Cody had an opportunity to kind of use a bit of dark arts to help secure the win at WrestleMania, and he chose not to do it. You know, he had that bit where they're kind of pulling back and forth on the belt in the middle of the ring. And, you know, Cody chose to not really take advantage of that moment, and that ultimately cost him. So obviously there's going to come a point, there's going to be a moment where there's going to be a callback to that. And the question is going to be, when that moment arises, will he actually, you know, use the dark arts? Will he go that little bit further? Will he kind of cheat to win in a way, right? I mean, what we saw against Randy the other day was the turnbuckle pad being removed by Randy. Randy's a babyface. No one cared about Randy doing that. Cody does kind of capitalize on the moment, but inadvertently, I don't think he meant to, he kind of pushes Randy in that direction. Randy goes ribs first into the exposed turnbuckle, and that helped Cody win, right? So again, they've put all that in for a reason. There's a reason as to why all of that has played out the way that it has played out. And to be honest with you, I find this a little bit messy, because the problem you've got is that Cody is like a baby face, like, you know, he's there for the kids, he's kind of say your prayers, eat your vitamins, he is like Hulkamania, do the right thing, you know, his baby face is as baby face as you can get. And the problem we've got is that if we are going to set up a moment where he's going to have to choose whether to bend the rules, well, he didn't do it at WrestleMania and he lost. If he doesn't do it again, does he lose again? But if he does do it and ends up winning, like, what message is that sending? I don't really understand. Like, what is it? And plus also, how will the fans react? Because there'll be plenty of Cena fans like, oh, Cody can only win if he cheats. And it's like, is that the message you want to send? That Cody can only win if he, like, you know, kind of bends the rules? I just don't really understand this story at the moment. A lot of people are thinking that this may lead to Cody turning heel. That actually, not only is he going to bend the rules, he's going to outright break them. And he is going to turn heel. He is going to snap. He is going to do whatever it takes, even if it means completely changing his relationship with the audience. He'll do it. I don't know if it goes that way. You know, there's lots of talk of a potential double turn at SummerSlam. There's lots of talk that, you know, Cody will turn heel, Cena will go back face. And it could be that we've planted the seeds for that at WrestleMania. And actually, you know, it's going to bear fruit at SummerSlam. The seeds being planted are that Cody did not pull the trigger when he had the opportunity to take advantage of the dark arts, right? Actually bend the rules a little to get the win. He didn't do it. So he's going to be in that position again at SummerSlam. Does he do it this time? But how does the crowd react to that? What does that do for his relationship with the fans? It's one of those where I think if Cody just did it and we didn't make a big deal out of it, I think the fans would kind of just accept it, right? Just like they did with Randy, kind of undoing that top turnbuckle. You're not going to hear Randy being booed. No one's having conversations about how Randy turned heel on Saturday, right? So I sort of feel like if you don't draw attention to it, if you don't make a big thing out of it, he could probably get away with it. But I really feel like they're drawing massive attention to this. I really feel like it's a big talking point now is what is he going to do at SummerSlam in that match? Because I'm certain there's going to be a moment where that question's getting asked. And I don't know what he does. And even if he does bend the rules, because you've made such a big deal out of it, how do the fans react? Like, how does that affect Cody's standing with his fans? What will the kind of Cody haters say? You know, they'll be straight on it saying, look, he's cheated. I don't know, man. I'm sure they've got a plan. And if it is the double turn, then, you know, look, double turns are so hard to do. They're so difficult to do, double turns. You've really got to, you know, set the table very, very well. You've got to have a heel that's ready to turn face. You've got to have a face that's ready to turn heel. The story has got to make sense. You've got to have done work going into it as a result. You don't want to make it too obvious, but when it happens, you don't want to make it seem like that wouldn't happen, right? So I sort of feel like WWE have been doing a bit of that work, which is why the double turn theory, I think, is actually a really strong theory. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but again, if we go back to our likely, unlikely, I would say unlikely, but very close to the middle. I'm only saying unlikely because, I don't know, it feels like a bit soon to turn Cody heel to me. I don't feel like that's a move that we need to make, but we do need to get John back as face before the end of the year. And John has started to show little glimpses. You know, he did not use that belt on Saturday to wallop CM Punk. And there's plenty of times where he's sort of looking around and you can see the doubt. So it feels like Cena is kind of building towards turning back face. And then if you think about Cody and the frustration where he's not been able to talk in his promos, and the fact that during WrestleMania he kind of didn't use those dark arts and it cost him the belt, which means if he's in that position again, what does he do next time? I feel like the table is set for that double turn. I do agree with that theory. The only reason that I'm not like totally on board with it is because I do just wonder if it's the right time to turn Cody heel. That's the only thing I wonder. Is it the right time to turn Cody heel? Because John will go at the end of the year. You've Seth's a heel. Roman is a part-timer. So who are your big babyface superstars if you turn Cody? It's CM Punk and LA Knight. I don't know. Who's your big main event baby faces if you turn Cody heel? I mean, obviously you can call some people up from NXT, but they're not going to get to the main event level. You're not going to call up Trick Williams, Obafemi, and put them as baby faces in the main event level. Maybe there's some mid-carders that could sort of step up. You know, some people might say Sami, but I don't feel like Sami is main event level at the moment. They might look to move him to that level next year, but I don't know. I think if you turn Cody heel, I think there's a big void when it comes to who's your big baby face. And rumors are that Jey Uso is going to go back into the tag team with the Usos. So, you know, you might be not losing Jey, but Jey might be kind of stepping away from singles competition. So he might be going back in. You can always take him back out, of course. You can always have him go in the Usos for the summer and then back out later in the year. But I don't know. Do you see Jey as like a night 2 main eventer? Because I struggle with that. I mean, like, considering how short his world heavyweight title reign was, I kind of struggle with having the conversation that he's now going to replace Cody Rhodes. I don't see that. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's lots to talk about when it comes to Cody, Cena, where this is all going. I think it's a very difficult conversation because I think there's some interesting little confusing little bits in there. It is going to make for a very interesting main event. I think Cody could spend a couple of weeks just talking about where he is mentally and what WrestleMania did to him and the betrayal that he felt, and maybe even kind of talk about this exact dilemma that he's going through his mind. I think he could even talk about this and maybe even put it on the table like, I didn't do, you know, what needed to be done at WrestleMania, but I will be ready for SummerSlam. Like, and just hint at it, you know? He could kind of dig into that a little bit. So, yeah, I think with Cody, you've got options. You could do promos because there's plenty to dig into. There's plenty of history there. And then Cena will come back. They can go face-to-face. Or you could have him just go off and do a little side quest for 3 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever. And then Cena will be back. I mean, it's not that long, to be honest, until SummerSlam. It's early August, isn't it? So I think we've got about, 5 weeks? It was probably like 5 weeks weekend just gone. So, yeah, really interesting, though. Really interesting. Loads to kind of get our teeth into with all of that. Triple A said, Daze, I don't know why WWE is pushing Cody so much. I don't want Cody to beat Cena at SummerSlam. They already had that match. They should just make someone else beat Cena for the belt. Could Randy turn heel? Randy could turn heel. Yes, he absolutely could. That doesn't really help with getting the belt off Cena, though, of course, because then you got heel versus heel. Unless you do like a turn for Cena just before, which you absolutely could, but you would need a reason as to why. Maybe Randy attacks him, or I don't know. I think that would get difficult. I think a Randy heel turn, I've been calling for that. I've been calling for that for about 12 months now, because I said as soon as the Wyatt Six came in, the Wyatt Six for me are a group that should really be narrative driven, digging into their characters, all of this kind of stuff, right? And like, you know, Funhouse, and, you know, go into the those kind of like cabins, and, you know, when we had like the bride who turned out to be Nikki, you know, what was all that about? Why were they in those cabins? I mean, was that just their homes? Is that where the characters have always, is that where Nikki Cross has always lived? Or, you know, did she move there recently because things fell apart and life got dark? Well, if that's true, can we dig into that? Same with Dexter Lumis. Where has Rowan been all this time? Rowan just came back and we had no explanation. You know, we did get those sit-down interviews, but they were very quick and they didn't really dig into much. You know, that I was looking to expand into. That's the content I was really looking to dig into. But as soon as we got the Wyatt Six, your brain obviously starts going, right, who are they going after? And for me, top of that list, no doubt in my mind, Bray Wyatt's ultimate foe, other than Vince, was Randy Orton, of course. You know, Randy Orton was the person that split the Wyatt family apart. He's the person that beat Bray at WrestleMania twice. He's the person that took the championship away from Bray when he won it the first time. Very quickly, actually, after Bray had won it. He burnt the compound down, which was such a big moment in Bray's story. There was a painting of it in the background of the Firefly Funhouse. The moment that Abby was inside the cabin, her soul, her spirit, and that cabin was like burnt down by Randy. And so, you know, their history is so close. That he was his greatest rival. That for me, I just couldn't see any way that you bring the Wyatt Six back and they don't have a feud with Randy. Of course, they're going to. So, for me, Randy turning heel so that the Wyatts could go after him as champion. And it's like, who should Cody have a big feud with? Well, of course, Randy. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. Randy should be that person. Randy was Cody's mentor. And obviously the history with legacy and all of that. There's so much to dig into with that. So again, you got Randy. Then, of course, Cena was coming back on his retirement tour. Didn't know he was going to turn heel. But at the start of the year, we were saying, you know, let's have heel Randy against babyface John. And, you know, that just makes all the sense in the world. So, you know, there's plenty of reasons as to why a heel Randy, for me, would work in 2025. And I got to say, probably the Wyatts would be at the top of that tree. I'd much rather see them engaging in a feud with Randy than kind of doing what they're doing in the tag division at the moment. But, you know, you can't always have amazing feuds. Like, you've got to do some other bits and bobs as well. So, you know, right now they're going after tag team championships, and that's fine. So they're going after tag team championships. But, yeah, I'd like to see that Randy feud as well. So, yeah, sign me down, put me down. I'm totally down for a Randy heel turn. I'm totally down for that. Brando said, I think Jay will be drawn into that Jacob Fatu feud when Jimmy go against Bloodline 2.5. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be shocked if it was like Solo, Hikuleo, JC with Tongaloa on the outside. Tongaloa just looking like, I think all the wars he's been in have caught up with him now. Maybe his time away has helped. So, you know, maybe we'll get another person added to Jacob's team. But I could, you know, I don't think it's too much of a reach if we just have Tongaloa on the outsides. Just a body, an enforcer type character. Hikuleo, JC, and Solo against the Usos and Jacob. I can definitely see that. I mean, they're already planting that seed, aren't they, with Jimmy being around with Jacob helping Jimmy helping Jacob, like, and the rumors are that the Usos are apparently going to get back together. It's part of the reason as to why Jay had the title taken off of him. So there's clearly some plans in place. And, yeah, you know, I'm not down on that. I think Jacob and the Usos together could be really fun. And actually, if you remember the history, I don't know if you ever heard, but when Jacob was in prison, he said that he saw the Usos on TV, and that is what motivated him to turn his life around. Like, Jacob had fallen into like crime and stuff like that in real life, and he was actually in prison, and he was watching WWE on TV in prison, and he saw the Usos, and that's his family. And, you know, he can see that if he dedicates himself to wrestling, that is somewhere he could reach, that's something he could achieve. And for the longest time, he was ready, but I think those convictions kind of were a barrier for him joining WWE. And then as soon as TKO took over, and certainly when The Rock joined the board, the door then appeared to be open for Jacob, and Jacob was in. And I think everyone would agree that it's been amazing. It's definitely been the right move. He's been a breath of fresh air. I don't mind the fact he lost that United States Championship. I think that he's got a bright future, man. I mean, he could be around that main event scene. We were just talking about, where's that next main event babyface? I don't know that Jacob's ready to take over from Cody, right? I don't know that he's quite that. But he's definitely someone that I can see fighting for world titles by the end of the year, going into early next year. If you told me it was Gunther versus Jacob at WrestleMania next year for the World Heavyweight Championship, I wouldn't. It would make total sense. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. That would be like, yes. I don't think he needs a long mid-card title run because I don't think he is really long for the mid-card. I think, you get him up at the top. I mean, him against Gunther would be in what a match. They've got to be thinking things along those lines. But yeah, it's still way too early for him to be like the face of the company or anything like that. I mean, it's hard. This is why I just don't know what they're going to do with Cody. Jacob said, I think people don't mind Randy with the turnbuckle because the character has proved he'll do anything in the past. Cody hasn't proved he'll do anything since he came back. It's a good point, but this is where there's an element of risk, isn't there? Because both of them are baby faces. Both of them were very respectful to each other. Obviously, it was like, I'm going to do whatever it takes and all of that, but you still don't really expect a friend to like go to those lengths of like trying to cheat a friend. So I think, I could have understood there being some chatter around Randy taking that turnbuckle pad off. But as you said, rightfully, it's Randy being Randy, just doing whatever it takes. And, Cody hasn't done that. But it's interesting because if Cody does it, will people have that same energy of like, oh, he's just doing whatever it takes? Or will people be like, oh my God, have you seen that? He's changing. He's turning. Like we haven't, this isn't what Cody does. He's turning heel or like this. I certainly think, as we said, the Cena fans will jump on him. And I think you will see a lot of tweets if he does use the dark arts. I think you'll see a lot of tweets of people saying that he's sold out, he's turned heel and all that sort of stuff. Might not be true. He might just be doing a Randy where it's just whatever it takes. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think it's a very delicate kind of balancing act. I think it's a tricky one. It's a tricky landing, that one. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out because I'm adamant. I'm certain there's going to be a moment where he's going to be tested. I think they've just planted way too many seeds for that to now not bear fruit. So yeah, but I agree with you, Jacob. I agree. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think when it comes to Randy, people have kind of seen enough of him over the years to know that he's not doing it because he's now a bad guy, but he's doing it because he does whatever it takes. Miss Dell Jr. said, Daze, UFC 317 was good. Did you see any of the highlights? I didn't, but no. Taporia knocked out Charles Oliveira. I did see the results, but I didn't see any of the highlights. Knocked out Oliveira, and also UFC 318 is not going to clash with boxing and WWE. Fantastic. Well, then, Mr. Dell Jr., we should be back, because it's the only reason that we've not been doing it is because it's been clashing. I do find that, and it is obviously more than understandable, that we have, we've got a great support for our UFC watch-alongs. I think people, I think we might bring something a little different. I mean, I don't watch the other streamers in that space. I don't watch other streamers in wrestling space. I certainly don't watch other streamers in the UFC space. But I do get people coming in saying that they like the way that we kind of commentate and call the action and are really like fairly respectful, right? And so I don't know if there's a need for that or a gap in the market for that. I'm really not sure. If there is, I've no doubt that gap will be filled very quickly. YouTube is only growing rather than getting smaller. But it is lovely to have that support. And I do feel bad that we're not able to kind of serve that UFC community that's been so supportive. But, I've told the story before. I did a stream back in, I think it was 2022. SummerSlam was on. And it was the one where it was Brock with the tractor, and it was Bailey coming back, and it was the formation of Damage Control. And I remember I did UFC. I can't remember which one, but it was a UFC pay-per-view on this channel. And Tommy Toy Travels, actually on his channel, he did SummerSlam, right? And I remember sitting here, and UFC was fine. It was enjoyable, no problems. But I'm looking at flipping Bailey being back, Dakota returning, Io being called up, a banging match between Bianca and Becky. Later in the show, you've got the ring being picked up by a tractor. And I'm sat here watching UFC. And I'm like, I'm watching the wrong show. I know that right now I am watching the wrong show. For this channel, a pro wrestling channel that's 99% pro wrestling, 1% boxing, UFC, I am currently sat watching the wrong show. And it was in that moment I was like, I'm not doing this again. I am going to prioritize wrestling if ever the wrestling is on. And that was 2022. I mean, it's been years and years and years. And I've stuck by that. I've always done that ever since then. Prioritize the wrestling. But unfortunately, WWE just keep putting on their big shows the same days as like the TKO UFC big shows. TKO keep doing that. It's a real frustration, honestly, because I would love to be doing all of them, UFC pay-per-views do well for us as well, so the channel is hurting by not being able to do them, so rest assured I would love to be doing them. There's no lies detected, but they're just screwing us over. They'll do what they did at the weekend, which is like put on a big pay-per-view and a big PLE. And then this weekend coming, I haven't even looked to see what's on, but it'll be a small fight night. I don't even know if there's any boxing. There's no wrestling on Saturday. And it's kind of like, every time I do a fight night now, because there's not much buzz around them, or as much buzz around them, obviously people go to like the UFC channels instead, which I totally understand. And so, it doesn't really do a great deal for us. So really, we're at the point now where it's the pay-per-views that are the big kind of things for us and this channel. And if you're telling me that 318 doesn't clash with anything, then I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled. Right, Mohammed said, Daze, I think Cody will face Orton. I've read that backstage Randy was not happy with Cody. He got injured during the match. You saw when Cody won, Randy was furious with it. I don't buy I've not seen that, and I would struggle to believe that, to be honest, because they are great friends. I think Randy looking furious was on purpose. I don't think that's got anything to do with what happened in the match. I think that's Randy being frustrated because he lost last year against Gunther. He's gone in this year against Cody and he's lost again. And actually, this is kind of uncharted territory for Randy. Randy is top guy. You got John Cena, Randy Orton, they are faces of the company. And, Randy's done a lot of side quests. He's done RK Bro. And he's done bits on the side. But I think in Randy's mind, if ever he wanted to go back to World Championship whenever that opportunity presented itself, he could just do that. He's Randy Orton. He's the legend killer. One of the greatest to ever do it. There's some tough challenges out there. No one's saying it would be easy. But, he's Randy Orton. And I think now, 2 years in a row, he's lost the King of the Ring final. I think what you saw on Saturday was an anger, a frustration, a realization from the character, not from the man, from the character, that, maybe he's no longer at the very, very top anymore. Maybe he is someone that's going to have to struggle and scheme and do really whatever it takes to get there. Maybe inspired by what he's seen from John. Don't forget, John screwed him as well in that title match. So he had a title opportunity. He got cheated in that title match. Then he tries to win King of the Ring. Might feel like he got cheated because of the exposed turnbuckle, but it was only exposed because he exposed it. But yeah, a lot of people thinking he's going to turn heel, but I would say that has got nothing to do with being injured in the match or any sort of issue between him and Cody. That to me is all because of his character, and it's very story driven and blah 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 blah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he reacts, though. Be very interesting to see what Randy does going forward, because he is obviously teasing a turn after Saturday. Carla said Ricky Saints is going to be on the main roster at the Rumble next year, and Ricky will save Cody from his dark side. SimSlam said a heel Cody would be great. Mackenzie said, who could help Cena win at SummerSlam? I suppose R-Truth could help, because R-Truth's got big problems with John. So R-Truth could help. Randy could come down. I wonder if we get Travis Scott again. I mean, Travis Scott came down at WrestleMania. He was obviously at Elimination Chamber. He came down at WrestleMania. Would it be that shocking if he came down at SummerSlam as well? 2-day SummerSlam. It's a callback to WrestleMania. Everyone hates Travis. They hated the end of WrestleMania. If you call back to that, people will be like, oh my God, not again. Only this time you give them a more satisfying finish, you know? Maybe it's not just Travis that comes down. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, trying to figure out how that Cody Cena match is going to go is going to be tricky. I mean, to be honest, I think the first place to start is, who do you think is leaving as champion? And I would probably say, I think it's Cena. I think Cena leaves as champion. At the moment, Cena is still banging this drum about ruining wrestling. And obviously that could just be, you know, something he says until he loses the belt. But part of me does wonder, if you're going to spend all this time talking about how he's going to leave with the belt at the end of the year and how he's going to ruin wrestling, and you're spending so much TV time talking about that, promo after promo after promo, do you really just abandon it in August? Do you really just throw it away in August? Or do you keep committing to it? You know, he's showing us those dates being counted down. He's showing us, like, you know, the whole end of his run coming. He's showing us this retirement tour that he's on. He's telling us he's going to ruin wrestling. He's going to take the belt. He's going to be the last real champion. You know, not only has he just said it in a throwaway promo or something, he said it repeatedly and expanded upon it by counting down the dates and telling us exactly what it means. Last real champion, all of this kind of stuff. Do you just throw that away in August now? Because if he loses in August, I mean, he could try and win it back, and he could try to still ruin wrestling. But obviously that message doesn't really carry the same weight if he's not champion. So I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm like, is he really going to lose the belt? I don't think he does. I think Cena leaves SummerSlam with the championship. That's kind of where I am right now. Obviously, they've got a month to change my mind. But as of right now, I think Cena leaves with that belt. What happens with Cody, I'm not sure, because, you know, is Cody in that situation again where he's going to have to try and cheat? Does he try and cheat and it doesn't work? Does he try and cheat but it does work, but does it maybe not get him the belt? Or maybe he doesn't try and cheat. Perhaps he does the exact same thing he did at WrestleMania and he ends up with the exact same result. I hope not, because that would ruin him. Because people, I think, are going to be frustrated if Cody keeps doing the good boy image and you know, keeps falling short. I actually think fans would rather, certainly if Cena's bending the rules. If Cena's already bending the rules, I think the rules are there to be bent. So if Cena's already bending them, trying to cheat, just like how Randy was the first to try and cheat on Saturday, I think the fans can accept Cody trying to cheat. But there's plenty of Cody haters out there that, as I said earlier, will jump on that. So it's going to be very interesting, SummerSlam. At the moment, I think, rather than getting really deep into the weeds, really lost in it all, I think it's probably best to go, right, hang on, let's zoom back out. rather than going as far in as we have, let's zoom back out. Who do we think's leaving SummerSlam as champion? And let's start there. And honestly, right now, I think it's Cena. So that's why I don't think I need to go too crazy about who's going to be who's going to come down and help Cena, who's going to come down and help Cody. Is Cody going to be cheated? The end result is, I think Cena leaves with the belt. But they've got a month to try and change my mind on that. Daze, I don't get it, said Abdullah. Why does Triple H love pushing Cody? I would want someone else to beat Cena. I don't want Cody. They've already faced. I would like someone else facing Cena. Well, Abdullah, I feel like I could answer that. And you're not the first person to ask this question, honestly. Why is Cody always being pushed? And I think there's some obvious answers to it. And that is that, first of all, the numbers are very good for Cody. If you look at like merch sales, if you look at YouTube views, if you look at Google searches, you can actually see that Cody's numbers are really strong in relation to everyone else, with the exception of Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is kind of out on his own when it comes to certainly Google searches. I did this earlier in the year where I actually went onto the Google Trends page, put in a few names, looked at how their search history, and you've got like loads at the bottom with Cody kind of the biggest, the highest, the most searched for, and then Roman's like up here in a whole other stratosphere. Like Roman's just completely in a different space. But the problem with Roman, of course, is that he's just had a 4-year title run. I mean, he is undeniably the face of the company, right? But he's also part-time. He's also someone that we've just invested loads into. We've just put the company on his back for 4 years. I mean, there has to come a point where you give other people a go, right? And if you're going to give someone else a go, certainly from the numbers that I've seen and how consistently, if you look at top merch sales and all of that stuff, Cody is that next guy. This is how WWE make their decisions, of course. They don't just kind of go, let's go with that person, right? It's not like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I mean, they will sit down and they will have a look at, the sections of Raw and SmackDown, what are the most viewed. They will listen to the live crowds and the big pops that people are getting, and the responses that the crowd are giving, the chants. They will have a look at like trending on Google. They will have a look at like just volume of posts on social media, like who's being spoken about the most. They will have a look at video views on YouTube and Facebook. You know, they keep saying like 100 million across social media video views, whatever. They're tracking that all the time. They'll look at merch sales. I mean, they will look at flipping every indicator they've got. And the indicators are really strong for Cody Rhodes. They're really, really strong. I mean, the casual fans like him. The kids really like him. I would say the hardcore fans, the IWC, they're the ones that always seem to have a problem with Cody. They're the ones that always struggle with Cody. I personally don't struggle with Cody. I think Cody's fine. I think part of it is I always look at it and go, if I was Cody, what would I do, right? If I was in Cody's position, what could I do to make this work, to make this entertaining? And I do that all the time. And honestly, I think it's been fine up until he finished his story. And then as soon as he finished his story, anyone that knew anything about wrestling, right? If you knew only just a little bit about wrestling, I'm sure you knew that what was going to follow was going to be a challenge. Because you have just had this massive story, finishing the story. It was so big. I mean, it took his whole career, basically. We watched Cody like as dashing and getting advice off his dad, becoming Stardust, having to leave so that he could, find himself and become the American Nightmare. He was in Bullet Club. He went to AEW. He came back, that glorious return. He came back at WrestleMania, tears his pec. And, as soon as he comes back, he's telling us about the fact his dad never won the title. He's showing us a picture of his dad holding the championship, but never winning the championship. And it's all about the story, finishing the story. And that was so big. It was so powerful. It took on a life of its own. you had the WWE fans tweeting, "We want Cody." Now, granted, there was Rock fans that were providing the counter, but that counter was smaller, and the message was sent, and as a result, WWE pivoted, changed direction, and obviously we ended up getting Cody getting his opportunity, right? And of course, the story was finished. Massive, huge. Years and years and years of work gone into that, right? Loads of build, emotion. I mean, you think about Dusty, you think about Goldust, everyone wondering if Dustin would actually be in the stadium, and he was, to witness that moment. I mean, how do you follow that? How do you follow that? What story can you tell that is going to be as rich and as engaging and as big as trying to finish the story? We all knew that was going to be a challenge. And there were some voices out there saying, don't have Cody finish his story. It should be the last thing he does because there's nothing that can follow it. Now, I disagreed with that because I think Cody can be a multiple-time champion. And I think just because whatever follows isn't going to be as big, it shouldn't mean that you don't still, give us that moment. Who knows? Cody could get injured a month after WrestleMania 40. He might not have finished the story. He then might have to retire. Look at what's just happened to Kevin Owens. Look at what's just happened. We don't know what the future holds for Kevin. What if that had happened to Cody and Cody never finishes the story? How can you say whenever the end is going to happen? You can't. You can only control what you can control. WrestleMania 40, the anniversary of WrestleMania. All the stars aligned. The fans were demanding Cody get his opportunity. He'd lost at 39. The table was set at 40. The Rock came in trying to disrupt it. It was perfect. The stars aligned. It was perfect. I don't think anyone looks at WrestleMania 40, the main event, and goes, that sucks. I mean, you had Undertaker, Rock, you had all these shenanigans. But it needed it because the moment was so big. The moment was so big. Roman's title reign coming to an end. 4 years. Amazing. Cody, oh my God, finishing the story. Amazing. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, right? Right move. Right move. But then what followed was obviously underwhelming. And I do blame creative that they didn't have anything bigger and they didn't have anything juicier. I mean, if you think that the SummerSlam following WrestleMania 40 is Cody versus Solo, Cody versus Solo is how we follow up Cody finishing the story. I mean, if that doesn't tell you that we just completely botched it, I don't know what will. I know that it brought Roman back, but there's like a billion ways you can bring Roman back. Like, the idea that that was the next thing in line was for him to go up against Solo. I mean, that's like flipping Hulk Hogan facing Andre the Giant at WrestleMania. And then, I don't know, getting into a flipping program with the Red Rooster at SummerSlam. Like, it's the drop-off is monumental. I know the Solo experiment failed, and I understand that they didn't know that it was going to fail. But it had failed, and people didn't really care about Solo going into SummerSlam. It was not the big main event. It was not the big, juicy... it should have been him against The Rock. It should have been him against The Rock. And I know The Rock was not available. I understand. People are going to be like, The Rock wasn't free. I get it. But that's the level that it should have been. If you can't have The Rock, you should have found someone else. Solo is so far down in that pecking order. And then you end up with, like, Cody and Roman against, I think it was Solo and Jacob as a tag match at another PLE. And good little feud with AJ, but, straight after WrestleMania 40, there was no way AJ was winning. They put on banging matches, but there was no way AJ was winning that. I think there's a match with Logan in there. Who gives a flip? I mean, it's just, really, the Kevin feud was good, but it was right at the end of the year, and I don't think anyone gave Kevin much of a chance. They did a bit of fun stuff with the Winged Eagle and whatever, so, there was something there. There was something there. That was obviously, a good little program just before we got to WrestleMania season. And then, we turned John heel. John turning heel was a big moment on Cody. And, John gets the win. And that's it. That's Cody's title run. And I look at that and I'm like, where I don't get where we blame Cody. I don't get the Cody hate. I don't quite understand how what I've just said is Cody's fault. For me, the creative was so weak. It was so uninteresting. It was so unengaging. It was such a drop-off from him trying to finish his story that I think people just got bored. I think people just weren't interested. They weren't engaged. I think, like, honestly, it's easy to go, oh, man, this was better when Roman was champion. When Roman was champion, we had the Bloodline. That was so much better. And, I agree. It was. But that's not Cody's fault. It's because they did not have the table set and the plans in place for anything truly captivating enough for Cody. So I look at it through a very, very different lens. I don't look at it and just go, oh, it sucked. I look at it and go, okay, well, what could Cody have done? Because, I mean, Cody put on two bangers against AJ Styles. He had great matches with Kevin. I mean, his match with Kevin at Rumble this year is a match of the year contender. The best in-ring match last year for WWE was his match with AJ Styles. That's not just me saying it. It was nominated for match of the year. You lot rated it the highest match last year in-ring wise. I think the actual highest rated match ever on the channel since we started rating matches is the WrestleMania 40 Night 2 main event. That's the highest rated match ever. And that's Cody. Cody, obviously lots of shenanigans, but Cody's in it. And Cody against AJ up there as well. Cody, Kevin up there as in-ring wise. Cody delivers. Promo-wise. Well, maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but I think his promos are fine. I don't ever find them boring. Does he need a little bit more of an edge? Can we tweak him? Can we change him? Can we adjust it? Sure. Yeah, we can do those things. We can make little adjustments. But I think the creative needs to be better. So for me, them going back to Cody is their guy. He is the quarterback. He is the person leading the pack when it comes to who's the next Hogan, who's the next John Cena, who's the next Bruno Sammartino. Honestly, right now, it's Roman, but you can't have Roman because of his reduced schedule and he's just had the belt for 4 years. So who's the next guy? That next guy at the moment is Cody Rhodes. This feels a little bit to me like when Bruno had been champ for 11 years. And, actually, he'd been champ 7, first of all. So he'd held the belt in the 60s for like 7 odd years. And he was knackered. He was done. He was spent. Back in those days, you worked pretty much every day, right? So if you look at the amount of matches Bruno has back in the 60s, he's either wrestling or he's traveling. I mean, it was hard. It was hard. I don't think you're going to find anyone that's going to tell you that wrestling in the 60s, 70s, 80s was easy because it wasn't TV money. The way you made your money was ticket sales. That meant shows. That meant 2 shows a day on quite a regular basis. 2 shows a day, 2 matches a day, traveling from town to town to town, show to show to show. There wasn't Netflix money. There wasn't Saudi Arabian money. There wasn't action figure money. There wasn't merch money, or there might have been the odd shirt, but there really wasn't any merch money, right? It wasn't really part of the business. I mean, the money came from ticket sales. So it was show. He was champ for 7 years. He was broke. He was completely, the guy was shattered and he was done. And he was still the top draw. He was the Roman Reigns of his day. By far and away the top guy. They milked him for as much as they could. If they could have had Bruno carry on, they absolutely would. But he was spent, he was done, it was over. And I feel like we're in that position now where, I think they would love to keep going with Roman because the numbers are undeniable. He is the guy. But you can't keep doing that. He's just had a 4-year title run, which in this day and age is like Bruno's 7-year run back in the 60s, right? I mean, the fact that we've witnessed a reign that long is mind-blowing, right? So we've just seen Roman have this incredible run, incredible reign, and I think now we're trying to find the next best person. And back in the 70s, early 70s, they identified Pedro Morales as that next best person. It was a step down. It was the indicators weren't that this is the next top guy that's going to do the same sort of business or whatever. But if you can't have Bruno, you need the next best thing. And at that time, the next best thing was Pedro Morales. So they had the Ivan Koloff win the belt, carried it for I don't know how long. I think it was like 30 days, maybe not even that. Dropped it to Pedro. Pedro then carried the belt for a long time. But they were all that time on the phone to Bruno, like, "Are you coming back? Are you coming back? Do you want to be champ again?" And he was. They made him champ again. They found a way of getting the belt back onto him. And then he has another 4-year title reign because he's still the guy. Bruno is the guy for the 60s and the 70s. He's the guy. He is the guy. They even in the 80s said to him, "We'll push your son. We'll make your son can be on TV. We'll push him. One catch though, you got to wrestle with him." By this point, Bruno's like, I don't even know how old he is. He's in his like 50s or whatever. Bruno's like, "You're joking? Like, what are you on about?" And he's like, "Yeah." Even in the 80s, they've got Hulkamania, but still, certainly in the New York area, they're trying to find ways of getting Bruno involved. WrestleMania 1, David Sammartino wrestles. Who's his manager? Bruno, his dad. WrestleMania 1, you can see Bruno coming out with his son. And that's because, and Bruno has matches with like the Macho Man in the flipping 80s. This is why Bruno's a goat and doesn't get spoken about enough. But it feels very similar to that, where we can't have Roman at the moment because reduced schedule. He's just had the belt for 4 years. You've got to give other people a run. You've got to, people were getting a bit tired of the whole bloodline thing, outside interference, blah, 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 blah. So now you go with the next best. And honestly, numbers say next best is Cody. So this is why Cody is in the running. Will CM Punk get a look in at some point? Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure Punk will get a run with the belt at some point. And I'm sure the numbers for him are strong as well. So I'm sure he'll get a run. They've just given a little try of Jay. I don't know how that's gone. I mean, the fact they took the belt off him so quickly is clearly not a good sign. Gunther, I think it's always great to have a heel champion. It doesn't even really matter how the numbers are for him, because the important thing is that there's a babyface being built that's going to bring him down. All you need from Gunther is him just being a heel, just bullying people and getting heat and hate, and then you build up a babyface to bring him down. And really, Gunther's strength should be making a babyface bigger. Gunther will have been tasked with, be as nasty and as devious and as awful as you can, get as much heat as you can, because we want Jey Uso to be as big as possible. We want him to be the big baby face that's going to save the day. And certainly that segment where Gunther beats up Jimmy, I think that was job done by Gunther. That's Gunther's job, really. He doesn't need to worry so much about, searches, Google searches, all that sort of stuff. He needs to make sure that he's in the mix. But, he is there to make a baby face bigger. Yeah, make a baby face bigger. And that's his job. And it's going to be really interesting to see kind of, if they do turn Cody heel, if they do, where is that next big baby face? I mean, I'm thinking, obviously, CM Punk fills that void. CM Punk slips into that easily. But I don't know, is that what 2026 is going to look like? Seth as a heel, Cody as a heel. You've got two big brands as well. I feel like you need more than just CM Punk. But you have got Jay. You could always flip him back, of course. But that's why we're having the conversation. I think it's a very interesting conversation. It's a very in-depth conversation. But that's kind of where we are at the moment going into SummerSlam. There's lots of movement with faces and heels and Cena and Cody and the retirement run and all this kind of stuff. And no disrespect to Cody. I like Cody a lot. But yeah, I mean, I've seen numbers that show that he is well behind Roman's popularity. I don't think that would be a surprise to anyone. But if you need a red-hot babyface that the kids love and they love dressing up as, and someone that's there for the fans that's going to do autographs and meet and greets and kind of, Cody, can you do this? Cody, can you do that? Yeah, what do you need? Oh, can you go on to this TV show? can you go over there and meet this kid? Can you come over to have a meeting because we need to talk about the main event of such and such? Can you promote this new merch? Can you do blah, 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 whatever, right? He's the guy that's like, yes, 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 yes. He was basically born for this role. This is the role that he's meant to be in. And listen, there's other wrestlers that are going to tell you that they were born to be in that role and they're meant to be in that role. But I don't know, have they been able to put it all together the same way that Cody has? He's got the catchphrase, he's got the look, he's got the support, you know, he's got Brandy, he's got Pharaoh, he's got the machine behind him. I mean, he's got the Dusty Rhodes, the Rhodes family name. I mean, that's huge. That is huge. Finishing the story was all about the fact that Rhodes hadn't done it. It was all about the fact Dusty hadn't done it. So we can't say that hasn't helped Cody. It's massively helped Cody. Even Kevin in a sit-down interview with Cody the other day was like, I haven't got the Rhodes name, you know, and was even saying like how that had been a factor for Cody. Not in a diss way, but in a, we all know it kind of a way. There's no point hiding it. We all know that has helped, and it has. So, yeah, I think there's lots of reasons why it is Cody. I think he does a good job, honestly. I think he does a good job. Feels like we're in a transition period, said Jacob. Trying to find that next big star. Like Ruthless Aggression, Cena, Randy, Brock, I could see Cody as Triple H. Not as big as Stone Cold or The Rock, but can be the man. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think that he is very much someone that is the top guy and has been at the moment because, I mean, he has, or one of, I mean, Roman's the top guy, but, you know, he's just main evented the past 2 WrestleManias and he only returned the WrestleMania before that in a big profile match against Seth as a mystery person. So just going off recent WrestleManias, obviously main evented SummerSlams as well. Big feud with Brock Lesnar. I mean, they could not have used him any better, really, other than booking his title run better. He is someone that's in that mix. I think saying he's like the Triple H is, yeah, fair, good comparison. Triple H was never, if you talk about Attitude Era, you talk Stone Cold and Rock, don't you? You'll mention Triple H, but he'll come after those two. You know, you might mention Undertaker before Triple H. In a way, it's a bit... Triple H thing is a good one because Triple H main evented shows and was a big factor and a big deal. But was he as big as Stone Cold and The Rock? No. Not during that time period. Might have had more longevity after, of course, but during the Attitude Era, going into Ruthless Aggression, he was never the top person. And like, I do feel that with Cody as well. It does feel like Cody really reached the top at WrestleMania 40. That's when he really got his hands on the belt and was like, okay, I've arrived. And that was him being at the very, very top then. And really his run has not been amazing. I mean, certainly not compared to the Bloodline story and all of that. So, yeah, I think if you look back on this period, you'll probably talk about Brock and you'll talk about Roman, and Cody's name will also be in there. But maybe it's 3rd or 4th, you know. I think finishing the story, though, obviously helps. I don't know that Triple H really had a moment like that during the Attitude Era that's like... I mean, Attitude Era had loads of moments, and Triple H won loads of championships. But I can't think of him having a moment like finishing the story. I mean, to be honest, it's one of the greatest moments in wrestling history. I suppose Triple H, when I think of Triple H moments, I think about his return at Madison Square Garden, whatever. I think about that. That's a big moment. They actually made a figure about that moment. It was that iconic. But I don't know that he ever had that sort of Cody moment. But yeah, I think that's a fair comparison to say that he's not at the very, very top, or certainly hasn't been in the like past couple of years. I think where we go next is obviously very interesting for Cody. Where we go next is very interesting. These next kind of few years, Cody said he was going to retire when he was 40. He's pushed that back now. And I think he was right to push that back because he's actually 40 30th of June. Today? Born on the 30th of June, 1985. Cody turned 40 today. It's his 40th birthday. I didn't know that. I don't really care about birthdays, to be perfectly truthful, but there we go. He said historically he would retire when he was 40. That, just by complete chance, is today. Wow. So I think he's right to not walk away today. I think he's right to not actually stick by that, because I feel like he finally got to the top at WrestleMania 40, which was 12 months ago. He's just had 12 months, which has largely been frowned upon, I would say, certainly by the IWC. And so I think that really how we remember Cody is, you know, is it going to be WrestleMania 40, finishing the story, and that's it in a way? Or what comes next for him? I don't know what he's pushed it back to. I don't know if he said 42 or 45. I'm not sure. But these next few years now are going to be really important for Cody. Really, really important. Because maybe with Roman kind of not working less and less, but I don't know that Roman gets a run like he had with the Bloodline. That means that Cody's got lots of opportunity to tell some stories, have some title runs, be at the top, be that top guy, you know? And this is kind of, you know, I don't know if Brock ever comes back to WWE. And I don't think Roman ever has a run like he did with Bloodline. So I'm looking ahead now, and all I'm seeing is opportunity and space and time. And Cody could capitalize on that. It could be primed now to make this his era. You know, he could have a big 3 to 5 years and just dominate the scene, you know. So I think if I'm Cody, I'm maybe a little concerned if people are tired of me at this stage, because actually I think Cody has only really reached the very top by winning that championship at 40, which was only 12 months ago. And, you know, then he had a bit of a rough 12 months being champion. And now, looking ahead, this is where, you know, sink or swim. It's time to capitalize. It's time to make this your era. It's time to, when we look back on this period, not just mention Roman and Brock and Punk coming back, but also to make sure that Cody's is one of the very first names that gets mentioned about this era. And some people will say he's already there, right? But this is my point. I think the next 3 to 5 years are really going to dictate that. I think they're really going to dictate that. Netforce said, do we think that Seth is going to keep teasing cash-ins for a while and then do it at SummerSlam? Maybe make it a bigger deal since it's 2 days. Yeah, I think that the cash-in, you save it for SummerSlam. I think you're correct, but I think actually saving it for SummerSlam makes a lot of sense, or at least not doing it before SummerSlam makes a lot of sense, because as you said, 2 days, we need moments, we need talking points, and yeah, I mean, you could have Seth cash in, you've still got Naomi. I mean, we're in a good situation this year where someone hasn't actually goofed on the actual show. There's been plenty of occasions where someone's done that. So both have still got their briefcases. So, yeah, fingers crossed that we can actually see this through where both of them at SummerSlam could still have their briefcases. I do wonder about Naomi at Evolution. I do wonder if she might make her presence out there. But again, it could be a little tease and a fail. Could be a tease and a fail at Evolution. And maybe Naomi and Seth both go into SummerSlam with their briefcases. AJ, a shout out to you, said, I've got an interesting clip. Nikki and Brie talking to Charlotte about SmackDown and Alexa. Can I send the clip? I've seen it, but appreciate it. I've seen it. I've seen the clip where she's talking about Alexa and she's talking about how she has a great relationship with her, and the feud is, you know, potentially going to be over the next few months. She's like, we've always done little things, but we've never done a big feud. And, you know, really interested to see how this plays out over the next few months. So Brady sent it over and made the point, it seems like this thing's going to run for a few months. So I think the Charlotte and Alexa thing is really interesting because, I mean, again, there's not many wrestlers I don't like, honestly. There's lots of wrestlers that I think need to tweak things, or I don't feel a bit of a connect. Like Rusev, I said earlier, I don't feel much of a connection with Rusev at the moment, but that can easily be changed. That's just right now I don't feel a connection with Rusev, but that can be changed. I've felt connections with Rusev in the past. I've felt like I care about what happens with Rusev in the past. It's just as of right now, since he's come back, nothing's really grabbed me. Like, if he beats Sheamus, cool. If he loses to Sheamus, cool. I'm not really bothered. And that's obviously not a good place to be, but it can be changed. It's not that I hate Rusev. So there's really not many wrestlers that I just do not like, but there are plenty of wrestlers in those kinds of situations. But, like, I like Charlotte. I get the hate for Charlotte. I understand the hate for Charlotte. I do think, though, when I look... I put a bit of stock, obviously, in match quality. I look at match quality, and I look at who's going to give me a great match. Who do I look forward to watching wrestle? And when it comes to women, I look forward to watching Charlotte because she consistently gives me great matches. She consistently gives me matches that I feel a connection with, that I find the drama in. I mean, her matches with Rhea were fantastic. I think her street fights with Ronda were the best things that Ronda did. And, you know, really enjoyed those. Obviously, she's had some great matches with Becky in the past as well. And it's not just Charlotte. You got to praise the other women in the matches, of course. But I think that Charlotte gets wrestling. Like, she gets how to sell. She gets how to extract the drama from a match. Like, her dad was Ric Flair. And she's grown up watching wrestling. She's grown up watching her dad. I think she has an understanding of wrestling that, you know, maybe others that just join from outside of wrestling, like, struggle to learn, or it takes them a long time to learn. I think she came in with a lot of knowledge already. Even if she hadn't actually had wrestling and she needed to learn that in NXT, I think she's done great. I get she's over pushed. I get she has won too many titles. I get the Flair name has maybe opened doors for her and people are really down on all of that. Like, I get it. I understand, right? I actually wish that she hadn't been as successful. I actually wish she hadn't won as much, because then I do wonder if she would get the more respect, and then maybe people would be a bit fairer about her abilities, because I actually think she's really good. But, you know, that's not the timeline we're living in. We're living in the timeline where she has been used, over-pushed, overused, overexposed, and people are tired of it and tired of her, you know, the Flair name, all that stuff. I get it. I get it. I really get it. So, fine. But I still enjoy watching her matches. So I actually think her against Alexa, and when it comes to Alexa, I find Alexa very interesting, because I actually think Alexa has got the ability to do some really good stuff, and I think she's got the ability to do some really bad stuff. I think she caters for an audience that's not really me, to be honest. I think that she caters for a younger demo. I think that, you know, the whole Lily thing, for example, and the playground stuff and all of that stuff, it felt like it catered for a younger audience. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like how adults can be into Jay, and that's obviously fine. Yeah, the whole yeet thing. You see loads of adults having fun with it. But kids love Jay. Kids are yeeting, and, you know, they're doing the hand gesture at home, and you see loads of clips of kids reacting to Jay, and you see loads of kids hoping to be the kid that gets picked up or is next to Jay during his entrance. Like, it would be stupid to say that Jay does not have a sizable children audience, right? It would be stupid to say he is not connected with anyone like Cody, right? Cody has as well, but maybe Jay's the best. Maybe Jay's got the biggest kids demographic if we carved his audience up, right? I think the same is true of Alexa. I think Alexa is someone that has really connected with the kids, the young girls. I think that she and the doll and the look and the playgrounds, I think that's all connected and had connected with the kids. But of course, just like Jay, there's plenty of adults that are into Alexa as well. The problem for me is that I do find that I enjoy some of her stuff, and then there's some of her stuff that I'm not that keen on, because it feels like maybe that caters more to the kids, or it maybe strays away from the kind of thing I'm looking for when it comes to wrestling. So I find Alexa very interesting, because I never quite know what I'm going to get out of her. I never quite know if it's going to be something that's going to really work for me, or if it's something I'm not going to have an appetite for. This current run, I think, has been good. I think she just needs some good creators. She hasn't really... I feel like she's come back and we've sort of eased her back, really. I feel like she was in the Rumble, she got eliminated. She was in the Elimination Chamber, she got eliminated. She wasn't really used at WrestleMania, and then she popped back up again afterwards. And then she was in some qualifying match and got through to the semi-final. So it's clear they're using her and they like her and there's opportunity with her. But yeah, I'm ready for like a big juicy story now. And her and Charlotte, I think, is really intriguing, because it feels like they're going to be a tag team. And then, of course, it feels like Charlotte's probably going to turn on her. And ultimately, it feels like Alexa's going to join the Wyatts. And that's really intriguing. So there's enough around Alexa where I'm like, okay, there's a lot that's... I feel like her future is secure. I feel like there's so many stories that we can tell with Alexa. There's so much we can do with Alexa. The big question is, what do you do? Like, which direction do you go? Like, and I mean, I'm really interested to find out. But I actually think her getting with Charlotte's going to be really interesting. I'm actually, Alexa versus Charlotte, whenever that happens, I'm actually, sign me up. I'm really interested to see how that match plays out, how Alexa is in that match, and kind of how that feud plays. So I actually think that's going to be really fun. So if that is going to be the feud, or if they're going to be together, and then maybe they do, I mean, it'd be really, very quick to have them together and split by SummerSlam. It's only a month, 5 weeks. So I've got to think that at SummerSlam they're going to be together, and I don't know when they would split. I mean, I don't know how long this thing's going to run for. I wonder if it takes us through to WrestleMania next year. I wouldn't think so. I think we'd be done by then. But, like, yeah, I wonder... I don't know. I don't know where this is going to. I mean, I wonder if it'll be like Team Alexa versus Team Charlotte at Survivor Series or something. Don't know. I can't imagine them doing some Evolution as a tag team and then Charlotte wallops her and then they have a match. That would feel too soon. That would feel way too quick. I feel like it needs to be something bigger than that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go, but I'm very interested in it. Metal Mama said, I'm sure Cody wants to spend some time with Liberty. Most important times, says Metal Mama. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he will have the odd little step away, but I don't believe his contract is obviously like Roman's, where Roman is reduced schedule now. I mean, it's a shame, really, because Roman, I think, he's done. If he retired now, he's one of the biggest stars of all time. I mean, if he retires now, he will... certainly in the short term, I don't know about the long term, but in the short term, I think he will always be mentioned when it comes to Mount Rushmore. So if ever you was going to talk Mount Rushmore, you might talk Stone Cold goes on. Of course he does. I feel like that's most people's first name. Stone Cold goes on. Maybe The Rock goes on. Maybe Undertaker goes on. Maybe Hogan goes on. Cena, I would imagine, goes on for most people. But I feel like if you're having a video, if I was to do a video about a Mount Rushmore in WWE, Roman's getting mentioned. Like, there's no way that you don't mention Roman with the Shield and how often he's main evented WrestleMania and how many title runs he's had and how basically he's been the guy. Like, really going back for the last 10 years. I mean, this has been his time. This is the Roman era. And so I think, you've got Roman's place pretty much secure. I don't know what puts him over the top. I don't know what guarantees his name onto a Mount Rushmore. Maybe for a lot of people, he's on. Maybe for a lot of people, it's not even a debate. Roman is one of the names on that Mount Rushmore. For me, I don't know. I don't feel like he's a guarantee. I don't know what would do that. He's just had one of the most historic title runs and one of the most historic stories. But even with that, I don't know that I can say he's ahead of John Cena or Stone Cold. Which maybe in hindsight he will be with those. But is he ahead of The Rock? Is he ahead of John Cena? Is he ahead of Stone Cold? Is he ahead of Hulkamania? Maybe people will say yes because of Hogan's comments and how people have soured on Hogan, but take that to one side, just look at what Hogan did in the 80s. Is Roman ahead of that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's hard. It's a hard conversation. It's not one we're going to have now, but he's in the conversation. I don't feel Cody is. I don't think as I'm sitting here now, there's going to be too many people that are going to tell me Cody's on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling, or, you know, I don't even know if he gets mentioned in the video, honestly. His time at the top has only been very, very short. He won the belt last year, and the run was not, it didn't really set the world on fire, which is why I keep saying the same thing. If I think these next 3 to 5 years are massive for Cody's legacy. They're so big for Cody's legacy because he needs to really tell some creative stories. Really, he needs his Bloodline moment. That's what he needs. He's had his finish in the story moment. That's definitely elevated him and got him to this level, right? But if we're talking about him being in the serious conversation for Mount Rushmore, I feel like he needs his Bloodline story. He needs that story that's, okay, that story got you to the main event. Now, what's your main event story? What's the story that we're going to, like, remember main event Cody Rhodes for? Because I don't think really anything he did as champion is going to be that memorable. I don't think anyone's going to really look back on anything he did as champion as kind of cementing his legacy. What cements the legacy? What's that big story of him as champion, main event guy? I feel like that's got to be the next 3 to 5 years for him, which is, you know, why I don't think WWE are abandoning him. I don't think like it's job done, you know? I think actually it's job started. I don't think it's anywhere near job done. I think that there's now plenty that Cody needs to do over these next few years. James, hello, hope you're well. Said, have you seen the latest on The Rock behind the scenes that's coming out soon? No. The only thing I know is that Unreal show. I've not seen anything other than that. Edward said, Daze, how are you? Love Island has just finished, and oh my god, it was a good episode. Probably the best of the year. This show tonight, it's what you are looking forward to. So, okay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I obviously have never watched a single episode, but you know, I appreciate that it has its fans, you being one of them, and I'm glad it was good. I just hope that Raw can match its energy. But we did talk earlier about the preview, and I don't know, it's not a mind-blowing lineup in my opinion, so looking to see where the shocks and the talking points and the OMG moments going to come from. Little bit tricky tonight, but I don't know, you never know what they've got up their sleeve. Nick, hello, hope you're doing well. And Bartia Brown said, gotta think about the one that held the belt longer than anyone longer than the Legends. Gotta think about, he's the one that held the belt longer than anyone longer than the Legends. Well, the person that's held the belt the longest is Bruno, and Bruno would definitely be in the conversation for me. His first run was 7 years. No one's held it longer than that run. And then his second run was 4 years. And I don't actually know if Roman beat that recently, the second one. But combined, Bruno had it for nearly 11 years. Now, of course, it was a different era. It was the 1960s, 1970s. Different company in many ways, you know. It was obviously not even Vince McMahon. It was his dad that was running it. It wasn't a global enterprise. It was regional, you know. It kind of did the Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, New York area, right? The northeast of America. and that's all it served. It wasn't going abroad. It wasn't doing Saudi. It wasn't. I don't even think it didn't do the UK. It just was, kept itself to itself in the Northeast. But it was the biggest market. I mean, New York. It was the wrestling promotion for New York. So, I mean, let's not make out that it was small. It was, it was one of the biggest in America. So, yeah, it's completely different time. Completely different time, which is why Bruno would be mentioned in a conversation about a Mount Rushmore, but hard to put him on, honestly. And part of the reason why it's hard to put him on is because I've seen Bruno matches, of course I have, and I know of Bruno feuds, but I can't sit here and tell you about great Bruno promos, and we can't talk about his presentation and all this kind of stuff, because really he was just a baby face. There was no music. He would come down to the ring, the crowd would cheer. He wore blue trunks, and waved to the fans, and the fans just loved him. It's so completely different. It's actually hard to compare. I mean, back then I think there was plenty of people in the crowd, that believed what they were seeing was real back in the 60s. Certainly not everyone. Certainly not everyone. But I've told that story before, that the reason they went with Bruno is because there was a large Italian contingent. There's obviously Little Italy and everything, and a lot of the Italian fans, that was their guy because he's from Italy. And the reason for that is because they'd actually exposed wrestling in the newspapers back in the 50s and the 60s. Like, they'd basically in the newspapers said it's all fake. And so anyone reading the English newspapers will have seen that wrestling had been exposed. The idea that wrestling was this big secret and no one knew is not true. You can find a book that was published in the 1930s that exposes wrestling. There was newspaper articles all throughout, really, that exposes wrestling. It's one of those secrets that, how could you ever keep it a secret? Too many people knew. And too many people are going to talk, So, like, how do you keep the fact that it's not actually real a secret for decade after decade after decade? You can't. Wrestlers are going to tell their kids, or they're going to tell their wives. Their kids are going to tell other kids at school. Like, you can't keep it a secret. You can keep it as much a secret as possible, but there's always rumors. There's always people, like, having a little look side-eye, like, But I think that the reason they went with Bruno was because he appealed to the Italians. They loved him. Wrestling had not been exposed to them, in my understanding. And so he drew large crowds. If ever they tried to book an American champion around that time, it was harder to draw, because I think wrestling was popular, but it was also kind of going through a period where people were like looking down on it, People think that that's only now. People think that this has only happened with the internet, but that's not true. It's happened all throughout the history of wrestling, where there's been hot and cold periods. So, there's a reason as to why Bruno was the guy chosen with the attack, and he came from Italy. There's a reason why the person that beats him is Ivan Koloff from Russia. There's a reason why the person they put the belt onto after that is Pedro Morales from, like, Puerto Rico. Like, there's no red hot American babyface there, is there? And it's because at that time period it was challenging. Ultimately, they do eventually get it onto Americans, and obviously Hulkamania arrives in the 80s, and we go to a whole different level. We were far enough away from the exposés at that point that had dropped in the 50s and the 60s. And so, yeah, it's one of those where it's hard. It's a hard argument to put Bruno in, but he's got to be mentioned. He's too important. I always found him fascinating that there was this massive, like, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Hulk Hogan. There was someone like that before WrestleMania 1. Don't you find that interesting? Don't you find it interesting that there was someone that big, that popular, that was around before WrestleMania, and as a result, we just don't have loads of footage of him? But he was so over. He was so popular. They couldn't give the belt to the guy that beat him in Madison Square Garden, Koloff, because they were worried there would be a riot. They were worried the fans would actually tear that place apart. And that was after Bruno had been champ for 7 years. Imagine that. People weren't tired of Bruno as champion back then. If it was around the time of social media, people would have given up after a year or so. Oh, this sucks. He always wins. No one's ever going to beat him. Why don't they give someone else a run? That's not the conversation people were having in the 60s. Because back then, there was still plenty of, do you reckon this is scripted? I've heard it is. I don't know, man. It could be. I think that's the conversation in the stands. Not why don't they put the belt on someone. I don't think that was the thought process in the 60s. So it's a very different time period, honestly. Very different. Right, let's go down some super chats. And where are we time-wise? We've got 25 minutes. David said, I've not seen anything about the SmackDown and if it'll be taped immediately after. It is, as we said earlier, it is getting taped. It won't be shown until Friday, but hence why it is early. I wouldn't be shocked if people turn up in 25 minutes expecting our stream to start. Shocked to find out that the show is actually starting. So, yeah, it's one that might catch a few people off guard tonight, yes. Jose, shout out to you, said, Daze, you used the term messy. What now with Jacob and Solo? Where is that leading to? Are they pushing to renew the Bloodline story? You used the term messy. I don't know what I used that term or where I used that. I mean, we've just been talking a lot about Cody. I think that's a little messy with the whole, is he going to turn heel or not, and planting seeds, whatever. I don't know if I used that term in relation to Jacob Solo. How I feel about Jacob Solo is I don't mind Jacob losing. I actually don't think that's that messy in regards to, I think Jacob now is free to do a feud over the summer with the Usos. I think he's free to go out, maybe get drafted, maybe go after a World Heavyweight Championship. I think they see big things for Jacob. So I don't see that bit as messy. I suppose there is a messy element in regards to Hikuleo, Tongaloa, JC, Tama Tonga. I mean, you've got like all these elements around. And then, of course, on the other side, you've got Usos, you've got Jacob. Some people thinking they might have to go and get Zilla. Someone said that there was a trademark for Zilla's real name, which, if that's true, is obviously very interesting. I haven't seen that. So if that is true, that's obviously very interesting. I think with Zilla, everything we've said has kind of bear fruit. It's kind of come true. And everything we said with Brock has come true. I feel like there's some stuff we've been talking about on and off for quite a long time. And, you know, here we are. You know, in regards to Brock, people keep saying, is he going to come back? Not anymore. But they have over the time been like, oh, will he be at WrestleMania? Will he be at SummerSlam? Blah, 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 blah. And the conversation has always been, whilst this legal case is going, I don't see him coming back. And don't forget, there was even rumours doing the rounds that conversations had happened in creative about Brock. And I had loads of people going, oh my God, look, Brock's coming back. All this kind of stuff. And I was like, I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. And then news came out a few days later saying that it was not true, or like, and so my stance on that has not changed. My stance on that is he ain't coming back until this legal issue is resolved. Why would WWE want to associate themselves with someone that is in that situation? Just like how they're not going to bring Vince back, right? They could bring Vince back, bring him back on the board and all of that. I'm not going to. And, you know, they could bring John Laurinaitis back, but they're not going to. And I think Brock, unfortunately, is caught up in this. Like, he is named in the lawsuit and everything. So until this is resolved, until his name is cleared, I don't see it happening, right? In regards to Zilla, what we've also been saying all throughout is I think there have been some issues with Zilla. And maybe this is unfair because I'm just an outsider looking at the situation. But, you know, he was kind of kicked out of Reality of Wrestling. and then brought back by Booker T. And there's lots of indie shows that were disappointed and had to put out messages because he no-showed. I think there was one indie show that had Zilla booked and he didn't show. And then he was pictured in the crowd at SummerSlam. And that was the night he was meant to be at this indie show, and he no-showed them. Now, he might turn around and say, no, I sent them a message and all this. But there's enough chatter, there's enough noise for it to seem like there has been issues from a backstage kind of personality, I'm going to do what I want to do type situation, yeah? Again, maybe not fair because I don't know him and I'm only looking at what's being reported and what's being rumoured. But I look at all of that and I'm like, I think until he gets that side of his personality sorted, until that is resolved, and, you know, I think when it comes to learning wrestling and promos, NXT can do that. He doesn't really need to be outside of NXT to learn those things. But there must be a reason as to why WWE have not brought him in. There must be it's not that wrestling fans are seeing some at WWE are not seeing. WWE are going and getting some of the most obscure talent. I mean, Cappuccino Jones on Evolve said that he was wrestling in front of 30-odd people, and in the crowd was a WWE scout. Do you think they've not heard of Zilla Fatu? Right? Of course they have. Of course they've heard of Zilla. Flipping every wrestling fan's heard of Zilla, the amount he gets spoken about online, right? WWE will have been aware of him years ago. I mean, he's a Fatu, for starters. I'm sure he's been going to shows. I'm sure that the family have been mentioning him, like, and this is before he came onto the fans' radar. And then he's been at Reality of Wrestling, which is Booker T's school. So Booker could also mention him. And so the whole Zilla conversation is a weird one for me because I sort of feel like you've got people going, oh, they need to bring in Zilla. Zilla's coming in, all this kind of stuff. And the truth is, look, they'll bring him in when they think the time is right. And I don't think the time has been right because there's rumours of like a bit of an attitude problem, right? Now, what I would say is I've not heard anything for a long time about his professionalism. I haven't heard anything negative for a long time. So what I would say is if now they have trademarked his name and they are about to bring him in, then that would make sense to me. That would say to me that any issues that we've had have now been resolved. We all learn, we all grow, we all develop, we all, you know, hopefully learn from mistakes, whatever. And, you know, if he's going to come in now, then maybe now the time is right. Maybe now Booker is saying, thumbs up, this kid's turned it around, you know? And so could Zilla come in? Yeah, I think he could now. I think that we have gone through a period where I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't having it. I'd heard bits and bobs and rumours and reports. But as I sit here now, I have not heard anything negative about Zilla for a long time. So I'll be very interested to see if he is about to come in and join this feud. So I don't know if I used the word messy in regards to this situation, but if I did, it might be because of the number of moving parts. And the Zilla situation, I think, has been messy in the past. And I think that may be resolved now. So, yeah, I think in regards to your question as to where it's all leading to, I think it is leading to a bit of a bloodline versus bloodline situation. I think it's more of a bloodline at like a mid-card level rather than a main event level. This is like Jacob's bloodline versus Solo's bloodline. And I think that will be something that will probably take us through to SummerSlam. And honestly, I think this is something which now gives Solo something to brag about. Solo has outmaneuvered, outfoxed Jacob. And, you know, Jacob's the big scary guy that everyone loves. Solo just got the belt off him. Granted, plenty of outside interference, but this is what heels do. And now it's going to be, what does Jacob do in response? So, yeah, I think a bit of a bloodline, but like a bit of a mid-card level in the short term. And then, I don't know when we're doing the drafts, but I wouldn't be shocked if we get them separated onto different brands and then Jacob might set his sights on like a World Heavyweight Championship. Matt, shout out to you, my friends. Matt said, Daze, what's your opinion of sympathy pushes? Like putting a belt on someone because the crowd believe they deserve it. Can that go wrong? Yeah, it can go wrong. Can definitely go wrong. I think it's case-by-case basis, but I think I sort of like them on some occasions and not so keen on others. Like, for example, I'll give you 2 examples. First one, Zack Ryder winning the Intercontinental Championship. Wasn't crazy about it. Was never really a big Zack Ryder fan. I think I liked him for a short period of time when he did the whole Long Island IC thing. I thought that was good. You always look at someone that's trying to make the most of their opportunity. And he embraced YouTube really early. He embraced social media really early. And you've got to give him credit for that. And you've got to give him credit for doing things outside of the WWE world. So, you know, I believe he was taking it all of his own accord, the whole Long Island IC. And so you got to go fair play, you know. So I was engaged with that. But then, I don't know, that stuff sort of stopped and they just started like jobbing him, really. He became a bit of an enhancement talent and they put him in the hype bros and that didn't really do anything for me personally. And I don't know, I mean, I just found myself quite disconnected. And to be honest with you, I think even Matt Cardona looks back at Zack Ryder and, you know, probably is proud of the fact that he had that run. But, you know, he's been very clear that if he comes back, he won't be Zack Ryder. He'll be Matt Cardona. And I think if he comes back, I would be more engaged in Matt Cardona than I would the return of Zack Ryder, right? I don't know that anyone's really looking for Zack Ryder to come back. So, but I think people like Matt Cardona. So they gave him the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania, was it 32? And I remember seeing that and thinking to myself, they've done that as a bit of a thank you because he went into it really cold. He wasn't a favourite to win it. He wasn't like someone that like we all thought he would get it, but I think there was some goodwill around. He's got his fan base. He'd been doing the figure stuff and they gave him that moment and it was a moment and it got a good reaction. But I remember looking at it thinking, yeah, there's others that I wanted to win in that match. Let's put it that way. There was others that I wanted to see win ahead of him. And so for me, that was one that I was like, nah, not for me. And actually, I think that is WrestleMania 32. And I think WrestleMania 32, it kind of sums up WrestleMania 32 with WrestleMania 32 just being a bit of a miss, really. And that would be an example. I just thought like there was others that I'd rather see. But they gave him it and then they took it off him 24 hours later on Raw. He only held the belt for 24 hours and then they took it off him. And so then, you know, he ends up dropping it and losing it. And it was really just, it was, I think, a bit of a thank you. It was, here's your WrestleMania moment. And a bit of a thank you for all your service and everything you've done. That's kind of how it came across to me. I'm not like down on it. I'm not like, oh, it's a disgrace, it never should have happened. I don't feel that way. I'm just giving an example of when they've sort of done that sympathy. Here you go, have your moments. And that one didn't quite land for me. And as I said, I believe it was that because 24 hours later, they took the belt off him. 24 hours later, it was done. And I think it was just a bit of a, here's your WrestleMania moment. Thanks for everything you've done, you know. But then one where it has worked is Kofi. I mean, KofiMania, because, you know, Kofi got into the gauntlet match and got himself over. Because the thing with Kofi is that I think people have always looked at Kofi and thought, oh, he could probably get to the world champion, right? Not WWE champion, but like world heavyweight champion. He could probably get to that. But I don't know that he'll get WWE champion. But then he went in the New Day, and the New Day was so wildly successful that he just sort of stayed in that group. I think he's always been seen as the elder statesman in that group. You know, Big E and Xavier both younger. And I think, like, you know, Kofi is, you know, been brilliant in that group. That group's been great for his legacy, you know, in his career and everything. But I think when he got put in that gauntlet match, people all of a sudden looked at him as that guy, the singles guy, the you know, the Jamaican Kofi that we all loved. And the guy that we thought would be world heavyweight champ at some point. And they put him in that gauntlet match. And I think all of a sudden people were like, oh yeah, Kofi? I really like Kofi. Let's go. I could get behind Kofi winning this. And it was, I don't know, it wasn't planned because it didn't even replace like Mustafa Ali, who had got injured. So it wasn't planned by WWE. Mustafa got injured. They put Kofi in as a late replacement. And in that gauntlet match, people were like, oh my God, yes. Kofi. And they booked it so Kofi had a great run in the gauntlet, right? Ends up going into Elimination Chamber. They, you know, by that point, they knew the crowd were like starting to really get behind him. They set the table so that it came down to, I think, him and Daniel gets the win. Kofi's devastated. And really at this point, I know that they have kind of touched on crowd support, and so they're going with it. But, you know, that to me was a bit of sympathy in there as well. They didn't have to put the belt on him. They could have just done it so that Daniel just, you know, beat this red hot baby face to get more heat, you know? They didn't actually have to pull the trigger. But I think people, they love Kofi. They saw the support. They saw how hungry the fans were for it. And, you know, they gave him that moment. They gave him that amazing KofiMania moment, which was not planned, came together last minute. They didn't have to pull the trigger on it, but they did it, I'm sure, with a degree of thank you for everything you've done involved, because, you know, he's so well liked, and that was brilliant. The only thing I would say with that is, it's on a bloated card. It's at WrestleMania 35. It's bloated. It's just in amongst a load of other things. And I think it really takes away from the moment. I don't want to say that it should have closed the show because I'm taking the women's moment away from them if I say that. But I wish that WrestleMania had been 2 days. I wish the women had closed night 2. And I wish that Kofi and Daniel closed night 1, because it deserved that spot. It deserved that main event spot. It deserved a bit of breathing room because it was just in the card, which I think is such a shame for that moment. You've got this amazing moment just sort of buried. I suppose in a way, like, you know, there's great moments at previous WrestleManias that are buried in the card. You can think about Shawn and Ric Flair that doesn't close 24. That's in the middle of the card. But it's, I don't know, yeah, the KofiMania one, I think it suffered a little bit by not being the show closer. I think it needed room to breathe for that celebration and the fireworks going off, and for Kofi to be the closing image. I think it would have really benefited from that. So, you know, I think there was a degree of sympathy there. I think that they easily could have, if they felt that Kofi hadn't earned it or deserved it, whatever, they easily could have had Daniel Bryan beat Kofi and just use it to get heat. But instead, I think there was let's pull the trigger. Let's give him this run. Let's go with this moment. And it really was a moment as well. So I think there is, like, it's case by case basis. Honestly, some of it can work. Sometimes it can work. Sometimes it can't work. It's hard, isn't it? It's difficult. It's always going to happen. I think it should always be around. I think it's okay. I mean, like, you know, R-Truth getting his moment and everything. People love it, but I suppose it just comes down to how you feel about the wrestler, doesn't it? If you've got a connection with the wrestler, you're going to love it. If you don't, maybe you'll struggle a little bit with it. Maybe it just won't be quite right for you. So, case by case basis. Chris said, I really like Alexa, says Chris. Good. Listen, I think she's capable of really good stuff. I think she can do some really good stuff. I think, as I said, she can be a little hit and miss for me. There's definitely things she's done in the past I'm not that crazy about. I wasn't crazy about Lily flipping, running around, winking, and all this kind of nonsense. And I'm pleased to see they've kind of dialed back from all of that. I think that's a hard sell, honestly. I think that's a really hard sell. To try and get, like, wrestling fans, certainly older wrestling fans, to sort of buy into flipping doll running around winking and whatever. I remember a backstage thing. Again, can you blame Alexa for that? She was part of it, but you know, there's definitely things she's a part of and things that they have her do that I'm not so keen on. But equally, you know, I think that she is a very, very talented performer. I think when it comes to actually like character work and actual like in-ring acting, I think she's one of the best. She is so good at just really embodying her character. She'd make a great little actress in like, you know, TV or films, horror films or whatever. I think she's very, very good at allowing the character and the role to like consume her, and, you know, for it to completely just feel like you are watching that character. You can't really see that she is performing it. It just consumes her, and I think she's excellent at that. So yeah, she's great. She's great to have on the roster. She can work a good match as well. Just haven't seen her for a long time, so, you know, I don't want to kind of talk about Alexa, about how great she is in the ring and all that stuff, because I don't know where this Alexa is. I mean, she was away for a long, long time. So, I mean, I believe she's still good in the ring. But, you know, let's get her back into a feud, into some regular matches, into some singles matches, and let's see what 2025 Alexa can do. But, yeah, I'm definitely down for her and Charlotte. I think that'll be a real fun feud. Demo, shout out to you. Welcome, my friends. Man United Hodge, hello, buds. Said, big up Daze. Grateful to be on your journey of YouTube. Thank you, my friend. And it is a journey. It is a journey. We've had a little bumpy June, which I am honestly looking forward to saying goodbye to. Looking at the week ahead, I'm excited for the week ahead. I do have a bit more bad news, though. I have already announced it. But Friday, I am not around. It's the only date I'm aware that I am missing from a show point of view. But I think I mentioned it when I was in Egypt, that my brother had got in touch with me to say that he'd managed to get some Oasis tickets, and these were sold out, right? It was just his friend had got some extras, right? Had managed to get some spares. I don't know how, but his guy he works with had got some spares. So obviously you can't go, oh, can you get Sunday? Sunday works best for me. Or can you get Thursday? I mean, there's just no ability to do that. I mean, his mate had got some extras. It was for this Friday in Cardiff, and that's it. I mean, there's just no conversation to be had. The only conversation is, can you make it? So, you know, he's someone that really wanted to go and see Oasis. And, you know, he's my younger brother. When I was listening to Oasis in the 90s, he wasn't that bothered. He didn't really care about them. But as time's gone by, he's kind of got into them a little bit more. So I think it would be lovely to kind of go with him. And, you know, whilst we're there, talk to him about like what it was like in the 90s with Oasis. I went and saw them at Wembley. And so I just think it would be really nice to kind of spend that time with him and talk to him about like Oasis and music and whatever. So I'm doing that on Friday, which I really do wish I was doing it a different day. I mean, if I could choose, of course I would move it to a Thursday or a Sunday, but that's why I am not sadly around on Friday. As far as I know, that is the final disruption. I am not aware, as I'm sitting here now, of anything else that's going to get in the way. There's no holiday, right? There's no Egypt holiday. There's no tickets to gigs or anything. So once we get past Friday, we're done. I'm hoping Unseen comes back tonight. And that's it. I mean, as far as I know, that is it. So, yeah, just one more final bumpy thing on Friday. Outside of that, we're back, baby. So, yes, it is. It's been a bit bumpy in June. I knew it would be. But we are largely now past that. And things are looking good as we move forward. So, Man United Hodge, I appreciate the support, my friends. And Steve said, I'm at the show tonight. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. Well, we're about to find out, my friend. We've got 2 minutes to go. And the show is going to be starting very soon. Have a great time. It's always lovely hearing from people that are actually at the shows. Because, honestly, I mean, it's just really cool to think that we're sat here and there's people actually in the building. Actually in the in the seats in the arena waiting to watch the show. Like, if you'd have told young me, as I was like going to car boot sales and buying VHS tapes, that in the future I would be chatting to wrestling fans, and actually chatting to wrestling fans that were actually in seats at the shows and going to the shows, I would have not believed you. I mean, it would have been mind-blowing to me, that. So it's always lovely hearing from people that are going to the shows or have got tickets to go to the shows and all of that stuff. I mean, it's genuinely one of my favourite parts is knowing that we're talking to people that are actually going or have been there and can kind of... I think as wrestling fans, we love those sort of behind-the-scenes stories. Wrestling fans have always wanted to know more. You know, when I was watching, I wanted to know more about wrestling and about behind the scenes and, you know, what's Undertaker like in real life and where does he live? And, you know, you wondered that stuff. And obviously now, you know, there's so many more answers to these kinds of questions with the internet and everything that you get a lot more behind the scenes info. But, yeah, people actually being there, that if something happens during commercial break or something, like, they can tell us about it. Like, I love that. It's one of my favourite parts about what we do is the community go into the actual shows. So have fun, my friends. Let's plug this in. Okay, right. It says live event about to start, which is good because it's meant to. And we know that it's going to start with Rhea Ripley. James said, I've just tweeted you the Rock thing. Okay, thank you. Let's have a little look, shall we? A few little bits and bobs. Rock's team gave several notes and feedback on the episodes that he appears in for the Unreal documentary, making sure that his portrayal and probably the surrounding stories met his standards. Oh, really? So they showed him the behind-the-scenes footage, and he was like, that doesn't work for me, brother. And he like tweaked and changed a few things. That's funny. I mean, it's probably understandable because you can edit things to make them seem certain ways, you know? You can edit things to make you look like you're helping, or you can edit it to make it look like you're interrupting. So there probably is a little bit in... we know that editing can make you look good or look bad. There's probably a little bit in that. But then equally, there's probably some truth that he... there's probably some truth that he has needed it to be cleaned up a little bit, because I think he does get involved a bit too much. I think he does overstep the mark a little bit too much. So that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how he's portrayed. I wonder if he's going to save the day. I wonder if he'll save the day. I wonder if anything that's bad happens is not his fault, but anything good he takes responsibility for. William said, have you ever brought a VHS tape marked wrestling, but was actually a sex tape? No. What I might have done, though, is buy a sex tape and then write wrestling on it so that it's hidden. I can't say I've never not done that. And I think you was on it, actually, William. I think you was on it. Brian says, play Monday Night Raw's NXT on Wednesday, Evolution in all your papers. I hope you're doing the women's one. Hang on, what do you mean, but play Monday Night Raw's NXT on Wednesday, Evolution in all your papers. I hope you're doing the women's one. Brian, I don't know what you mean, but Evolution we're definitely doing. So Saturday night's main event is obviously not this weekend, the weekend after. That's on the Saturday. And then on the Sunday, I think it's Evolution. And so we'll be doing both of those. Scott, do you know what? I love full weekends for wrestling. Love full weekends. So actually being able to like do Saturday, Sunday is like, I wish we could do that every weekend. Apart from when UFC have got a big show on, because I'd like to do some UFC shows. Just occasionally, just once in a blue moon. I do still appreciate our UFC community. So, yes, I will hopefully get back to doing UFC very soon. Gaming for Life said, Daze, England under 21s. Yeah, I know, man. We were talking about that the other day, weren't we? England under 21s. 2-0 up. Went back to 2-2. And then, of course, a goal. And it was a case that we had England getting the win in extra time. So, yeah, crazy. That's good for England. Really, really good. I didn't think I would see the day where Sami would get a win and England would win on the same day. Crazy. Right, we've started with a Saudi Arabia video package. We're just looking at all these matches and this moment where Cena and CM Punk are shaking hands. The dirty look at the camera. We already know that Rhea Ripley is starting the show, by the way. Rhea Ripley is going to start the show, and it's going to be a case that she's got a special announcement, apparently. The failed cash-in by Seth. Punk looking sad. Cena smirking away. There's Sami. Lots of people down on Sami getting the win over Carrion. Which, as a Sami stan, you know, I understand. Sami wins, and people are obviously really down on it. There's Kofi, there's Xavier. Sami says, Metal Mama. There's Sheamus with his... is that a shillelagh? Yeah. Didn't know if it was a broom's umbrella. He's taking on Rusev tonight. He's looking sharp, isn't he? He's looking like a Peaky Blinder. Here we've got a shot of, I believe it's Pittsburgh, isn't it? So we're just having a look at Pittsburgh. I don't have any commentary. Is there no commentary? Is the commentary just not... Is it me? There we are inside the arena. We're getting a drone shot. Colin, shout out to you. Here we go. This is my brutality! She's going to be in good spirits, isn't she, after a win at the weekend? Sympathy. Hello, Austin. Out you, Albert. Look at my life. Look at my life. Right, making our way down. There is a reason that Raw is on early, says Nightmare. Yes. We've touched on it. Boring, said Alex. Well, let's see what she's got to say. She's a big star. I don't mind her feud with Raquel. Actually got a good score from our community, that. Highest rated match from Night of Champions, Raquel Rhea. So, apparently Rhea said that on Saturday it was the most hateful, most physical match that she's ever been a part of. Ian said, look in my eyes, look in my eyes. What is the reason it's early, said Nathan. SmackDown, I believe. I believe they're doing this show early so that afterwards they can just tape the SmackDown matches. They're not going. I don't think they'll tape the whole show. They'll just do the in-ring stuff. They can film the backstage stuff whenever and then just edit it together, can't they? Rhea in the ring. We got a Slim Jim logo. Snickers logo. No sponsors in Saudi. Love that for us. Wasn't it lovely seeing a table with no Slim Jim written on it? Okay, Rhea in the ring. LS Dub said Rhea beating Io would be unfortunate and kind of depressing for Io, but it wouldn't warrant the kind of fit that most people would raise. The Rhea Hogan narrative would run wild. LS Dub, shout out to you. Mommy chants. Mommy chants. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. Oh, welcome to Monday Night Mommy. Monday night, mommy. She's got a lovely watch on. Look at her watch. Oh, here's Io. I wasn't expecting her to come out so quickly. I'm still hoping that we get Io Asuka though. I don't really want Rhea beating Io. Maybe we do this for Evolution, but I really want Io Asuka. Oh, that's great. I love how she comes down and she's like, she's got the belt and the fans are all able to touch it. If I'm a fan, I'm loving that. That's the actual women's championship. And she's like, here, touch it, touch it. It's great whenever a girl says that. Do, 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 do. Now Raw has started, said Sean. Says Leanne. I think Rhea gave a little quick one there. It's the best emote, isn't it, Leanne? It's the best emote. Io chance. She's really got herself over, hasn't she? I don't remember her being this over when she was in like Damage Control. She had a lot of love, but I feel like recently she's gone to a new level. I remember though, was it France? Where was we when she took on Bianca, and they were chanting Io, and she was a heel. She had a lot of love in that match. But honestly, right now, I don't know who you could say is bigger between these two. Io is super over. Super over. I can choose who to defend this against the Evolution. Okay. Let's go. We got a one-handed emote. I want to defend against the best. Oh my god, she should call out Eva Marie. I want to defend against the best, and that means defending against Rhea Ripley. I mean, I think from a career point of view, that's a mistake. I've got nothing but respect for you. And if that is what you want... I'll stop at nothing to get this back, says Rhea. Rhea versus Io, one-on-one at Evolution. Let's flipping go, mate. If that's what you want... What happens at Evolution? That's what you wanted. What happens at Evolution is what you wanted. Why doesn't she just say thank you? Why doesn't she just go, oh my god, really? Thank you. That is so good. Yeah, I'd love to accept. Instead, she's like, well, whatever happens, you asked for it. It's like, dude, you ain't got to be that way. Just say thanks. But there we go. Belt held up. And there we go. Rhea, Io, incoming. Everyone's doing it. We're backstage with Judgment Day. There's Dirty Dom. I wonder if his ribs are better now that the Saudi show is over. Here's AJ. Audio, AJ. Doctor's note, doctor's note. Doctor's note. If you lay a finger on me, AJ, you'll never get your title match. We're still going to do this, aren't we? I wonder if we'll do it at Saturday night's main event. I still haven't heard if this injury is real. Oh, hello, the glasses are on. Boomer AJ. Right here, it says, the doctor says you're a punk ass. How thick are those glasses? Mate. Those glasses are like this thick. Not cleared. Not cleared. Okay. That's a very quick open, isn't it, for Rhea? Judgment Day. Ian, shout out to you, buds. Scott said Judgment Day versus New Day for the tag titles. James said Dom is a coward. Cadet says New Day next. Yep. So Rhea Ripley done. And now we have got... Judgment Day making their way down. Mackenzie said, Old Man Styles. Old Man Styles. Judgment Day versus New Day. This theme is garbage, said Durant. It is garbage. No ads. We've got them right now. Right now, we have commercial ad breaks. But same here. The Def Rebel themes all sound the same, says Brony. It's not good, is it? I don't know why we've changed it, honestly. I thought their old theme was pretty good. I don't really get it. I don't understand. I don't know why I don't think it needed changing, but... Super Show Mexico on July 26th. I don't think that's shown. WWE going to Mexico Saturday, July 26th and Sunday, July 27th. Love that to be shown on Netflix. But I don't believe it is. Colin, shout out to you. LS Dub said, did anyone else see or even care that EA Sports is developing a college basketball game? I didn't see, and I also didn't care. But that's just me, because I've never seen a single second of college basketball, so... William said, Days for the members. Can we make it more about members by making the questions about the match we watch on each stream? For instance, what was Brony's reaction to Cena's turn? It's an interesting thought, to be honest, but you might get people saying, questioning the responses. Plus, that's questioning community knowledge, not wrestling knowledge, isn't it? So you're completely changing it then. It's an interesting thought. Here's New Day. This is a lose-lose, says J14. Hello, J14. Hello, Neat and Nitro. I had such high hopes for New Day as heels, but it's been horrific. And if we stay like this, we already know that the Judgment Day reign went... Hang on. I feel like I've misread this. I had high hopes for New Day as heels, and it's been horrific, and will stay like that if they win. And we already know how the Judgment Day reign went. Got you. I just think the Raw tag division is not in a very good place, is it? I mean, they've done a lot of work on the SmackDown division. I think, you know, if New Day were over on SmackDown, we might be in a bit of a different situation. But, yeah, I mean, it's hard to get excited about a pretty much non-existent Raw tag division. I don't even know if I could name you teams that are in this division. I would say New Day, Judgment Day. And they're both facing each other here. War Raiders? A-Town Down Under? I don't even know if they're together anymore. I don't think they are. Who else is that? Seriously, who else is there? A-Town Down Under have split. Where are War Raiders? Creeds, says Ian. Yeah, good shout, Creeds. Creeds. Okay, Judgment Day, New Day going up against each other. I mean, I don't know where War Raiders are, but Creeds are heels, Judgment Day are heels, New Day are heels. And A-Town Down Under that we think have just split were heels. It's not ideal, is it? Do you think creative just sort of forgot about the Raw tag division? I think, you know, there's a lot of plates that have to be kept spinning. You know, women's division on Raw, women's division on SmackDown, main event scenes, mid-card scenes, you know, get in, like the Wyatt Six, like, oh my God, there's all these plates that you have to keep spinning. I think this is what it looks like when one of those plates falls. When one of those plates is not kept spinning and it just falls and shatters, that's the Raw tag division. It's just been a lack of quality opposition. So Corey, by the way, on commentary tonight with Michael Cole. Bella sounded, and we are underway. Match could still bang, though, couldn't it? Match could still bang. We've got Finn in the middle of the ring. What's he giving it? What's this? Kofi has got... What is it? A piece of bread. Oh, Finn Balor hasn't had carbs in weeks. So they were offering him a piece of bread. Right, here we go. I think that sort of fell a little bit flat because I didn't know what that was. We needed commentary to kind of fill us in on that. Okay, in the entranceway, we've got a Saturday night's main event and Evolution graphics in the entranceway, just telling us that that's coming up. Not this weekend, but the weekend after. Kick to the midsection there by Finn. Finn pointing over to Xavier. Finn Balor going over against the ropes. Headbutt there by Kofi, going against the ropes, going over, rolling up Finn. Finn lands on his feet, drop kick. I mean, there is a title on the line. Championships are on the line. Finn Balor grabbing a hold of Kofi. Little thing at the bottom saying still to come. We got Sheamus, Rusev. Sami and Penta take on Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. Going for a cover there by JD. Gunther is going to address the WWE Universe. Chop coming in there by JD. Kofi back in the corner. Shot coming into the midsection. Big boot there by JD as well. I'd sort of really like Finn and JD to break out of Judgment Day and be their own entity. I think if they're going to be a tag team, they're just sort of getting a bit lost in the whole Roxanne, Liv. Their tag team feels a little bit like an afterthought. Getting caught on that top rope. Here we've got Xavier going up. JD is draped over that top rope. Boah! Stomped to the back as by Xavier as JD goes to the outsides. And I think that will probably take us to commercial break. Taker 1990, hello. Daze Shotzi said in an interview that she wants to be in the next Terrifier movie. Shotzi is a huge horror genre fan. Oh, yeah. I don't know if that opportunity will come along for her, but yes, I could believe that she'd want to be in there. Jessica, hello, said Rusev has got to be the most boring wrestler. Aki said it's great that Corey's back. He's very good at commentary. It is lovely to see Corey getting some flowers, some appreciation. I think that Worlds Collide show did wonders for him. Absolute wonders for him. I think, he was next to Conan, who, no offense, even by, Conan himself said that he wasn't on his A game. He wasn't massively bringing enthusiasm. He was bringing facts, but he doesn't really have the voice for commentary. He wasn't getting enthused. He wasn't selling the spots. Corey was having to do all of that work. And a lot of praise for Corey coming out of that show. And we're kind of in a situation where we're seeing Corey a little bit more on Raw now. I think, to be honest, though, that's only because I'm guessing Pat's availability is just not there. But yeah, I mean, look, it is lovely to hear his voice on Raw. I do think him and Michael work really well together. I also think as well, and I don't know why this is the case. I don't know why this happens. But I do think, and I've said before, that when Michael works with Pat, Michael becomes really silly. Like, he becomes really childish. He kind of... I don't really understand why. I don't really get why that happens. I don't know. I find Michael to be better and a bit more like professional, a bit more, I don't know, like you'd expect a commentator to be when he's with Wade or he's with. That's on Michael. That's not anything to do with Pat. That's on Michael. That's on him. But I don't really understand why that happens. But he does seem to goof around a little less whenever it's Wade or Corey. Right now we've got JD trying to make the tag. At the moment we got Xavier in the ring, keeping him back. Angie, hello. Daze, everyone, hello. Hope all is well. I've been busy playing taxi for the kiddos. Fair play. And prepping for my next surgery. Thought I'd pop in and say hello. Angie and Joshua Meads, shout out to you, my friends. I hope everything's going well. I hope whatever surgery you've got lined up is going to be a great success. James said, Daze, simple yes or no. Does Balor become world champion before he retires? Yes. I think he does. I think he deserves to. I mean, he won it once for 24 hours in 2016. That's nearly 10 years ago. It'll be 10 years ago, SummerSlam next year. The fact that he's not had another world title run since then is... This is Finn Balor. This is Finn Balor. I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand. They have just absolutely pushed him to the side. I don't know what's happened. I would love... I mean, like, one day Finn will talk about his WWE run. And I will be fascinated. I will be seated as to what he thinks happened. How did he go from being such a big main event talent in NXT, coming in with like one of the top drafts at the time, having the demon character, winning the first Universal Championship, only to suffer an injury in that match, have to forfeit it, and then get nowhere near back to be... I don't even think he's come close. I know he's had matches. I remember he had a match against Roman for the championship. So I know he's had world title matches, but I don't know that he's ever actually felt like, yeah, he could win this. I don't think I've ever felt like he's got back that close. So, yeah, I've got to think before he retires, he has at least one run, maybe with a world heavy... Hard to see him being a WWE champion at this stage, but, well, Kofi did it. It would be, unfortunately, quite Kofi-esque, wouldn't it? Now. It would feel like it would need a KofiMania type moment to get Finn to that level. But, yeah, he looks fantastic. He's still got plenty to offer. Look at it, he's shredded, mate. 1, 2... No joy. Just 2 count there. Finn Balor. Hot tag in. So, yeah, James, good question. Jim said Pat's taken a break from WWE. Well, good. Chop coming in there by Finn. Mackenzie said Finn is 43. I mean, there's probably not long left, is there? I still think there's a couple of years at least. I still think we're looking at 2-3 years. I mean, if you look at, I've not heard about him talking of retiring, and if you look how great he looks, I mean, he doesn't look 43, does he? I mean, maybe the drop-off is going to be quite quick, quite severe, but, I mean, he looks like 38, 39. He looks great. He looks incredible shape. I don't see any issue why he couldn't have another 3-4 years. So, it's going to come down to, are WWE going to put him in that position? Are they going to find a way? And I think with this World Heavyweight Championship, if that didn't exist, I'd have doubts. But I think with the World Heavyweight Championship, I think there's opportunity for Finn Balor. JD, springboard moonsault to the outsides. Austin said Finn looks like he's mid-30s. He looks incredible. I completely agree. He looks incredible. Looks can be deceiving, though. And as we said, you know, we all know that the drop-off can happen. Is he broke his nose there? I think he's okay. He just jumped off the top. Xavier got his legs up. There might be a little bit of blood. I want to have a look at JD, because there could be some blood, but there's a coup de grace. Oh, my God, things just got way worse for JD. 1, 2, kick out by Finn. JD flops to the outsides. Yeah, he just got hit in the nose, so I just wanted to see if there was blood and how the nose was, but, I mean, Judgment Day have got bigger problems. 1, 2, oh, I thought that was it, you know. I thought New Day had it there. But no, this match continuing. This match low-key cooking. Crowd making a little bit of noise. JD still down on the outside and no sign of him. I don't know if he's getting any sort of medical attention. A doctor might have gone round, or he might just be laying out at the moment. But Kofi coming in, goes for the boot, no joy. Balor reversed against the ropes. Balor holds on, can't hold on. Roll up there by Kofi. There's JD with a big shot. Roll up by Finn. 2. Kick out by Kofi. Finn goes back against the ropes. Xavier uses the belt, and that might do it too. No. Jeez. Even Xavier trying to use that belt didn't result in the victory. I think JD might be okay. He's just re-emerged. And, I mean, they're not really focusing on him, but he's obviously fine to continue. Kofi goes against that top rope. Xavier crashes down. JD on the outside. Finn trying to make that tag. Reaches over. Tag being made. In comes JD. This could go either way, because really, little botch there by JD. That was unfortunate. Little botch. Nothing bad. Looking for a Spanish fly, and he gets it. JD with the Spanish fly going for the cover. Kofi's right there to break it. Kofi is right there to break it. Finn on the outside. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. They're both heels, so it doesn't really change anything if there is a title change. I mean, obviously, I feel like the champs retain, but maybe not. Maybe Judgment Day get this. Big boots. Perhaps things go really well whilst Liv's not around. JD. Oh, connects. Could be a coup de grace. Coup de grace. Connects. Oh, he's right by the ropes. 2. Oh, no, but they did it. Judgment Day do it! They weren't my favourites to win in the match. I thought New Day would retain, but we've got new tag team champs. Gotta say, in a banging match as well. Really fun. Really fun. Oh, wow. Well, New Day are going to be flipping livid. But it's a banging match, and Judgment Day get it fair and square. I mean, it was actually New Day that were using belts and trying to do stuff behind referees' backs. But, yeah, it's new tag team champs. Look at that monstrous coup de grace. There we go. It's Kaz gives it 5 stars. 5 stars for its Kaz. Oh my god, look at that. Dirty Dom's got his belts. Dirty Dom has got his Intercontinental Championship, and the New Day are holding up those Raw Tag Team Championships. Wow. Fun match. Fun match. I said I was concerned about it being like heels against heels, but the action between those two very experienced teams was so good that I found myself really enjoying it. Okay, Michael just talking about last week, Bayley and Becky. I didn't know that Scarlett Johansson was in Jurassic World Rebirth, you know. It doesn't really matter, but she's a big name to get for that film. I thought she'd be like too busy doing superhero stuff. Most successful period of Judgment Day, all with golds. Yeah. Fair play. Liv who? They're certainly not showing any signs of struggle without her. Although, obviously, Raquel falling short against Rhea at Night of Champions. That's a little bit of a down. Okay, we're backstage. Here's Bayley. Lyra had to get involved in my business last week. Okay, here's Lyra. She shouldn't have got involved last week. Lyra did cost Bayley the match. I don't even know who you are anymore. Things might not be personal between us, but it's personal between me and Becky. Adam Pearce going livid here. Okay. We've seen this before. We've seen Bayley Lyra before. It's always good. Number 1 contenders match. Oh, that'll be good. Bayley Lyra, I'm down for that. There's Sheamus. Now, is he going to have a banger with Rusev? Obviously, he can. Right. The Bird Lady messed up. It happens, says Boomers. Bayley versus Pigeon. I'm sure Lucky Charms won't interfere, says Rob. Lucky Charms. But Austin said, I don't even like Bailey, but I'm actually rooting for her to win. Macarai said, are we going down the direction of all of Judgment Day holding gold until Liv comes back? Maybe they'll kick her out and make her face, says Macarai. Oh, hey, we've got Grayson Waller during commercial break. We might be able to get an update here. Here we go. This could be a big update. Yeah. Truth is. Okay. Okay, Grayson, giving flowers to the New Day. Hornswoggle lookalikes. So he's really putting over the New Day. I don't really get what this union is going to be. But he's just putting them over. He doesn't even want to talk about Theory. Why do you boo them? You boo them because they finally start looking after themselves. So he's just talking about how they dumped Big E. We could all learn something from the New Day. Especially me, says Grayson. Thank God for the New Day. There we go. Grayson walks away. Is Elia still injured? Haven't heard an update on Elia, to be honest. Haven't heard an update on Elia. He picked up an injury, I believe it was about 12 months ago, or coming up to 12 months ago. It was like August time. So, got to be getting closer towards the return. Okay, 40 minutes gone of this week's Raw. We've had a title change. I said I wasn't sure where, like, OMG talking points are going to come from. There's one. I think EO Rhea for Evolution. There's another. Oh, not a bad 40 minutes, to be honest. Okay, tickets are on sale, still available for Saturday night's main event and Evolution. July 12th, July 13th. Of course, we'll be doing both of those shows. Should be good. Looking forward to that weekend. Looking forward to Evolution, actually. Right, we just got a video package for Goldberg. We're going to be hearing from Gunther in ring later. Otis is either scheduled or has just undergone some elbow surgery, says Nita Nitro. Rusev, Sheamus, Bailey, Lyra, great tag opener. The nose reaching deep into his bag with this one, says LS Dub. Are we going to get the A-Town down split before GTA 6, said Bishop. I think we are. I can't really see how they carry on, to be honest. I mean, Grayson has made it very clear he doesn't really care about Austin Theory. I mean, surely we just, oh my God, just break them. Just break them up. They've clearly not got a future together. Just break them. I think really what we're waiting for is we're just waiting for the right time for us to get going with them individually. I don't know that path is quite there at the moment. I'd probably do Theory Grayson against each other at SummerSlam or around SummerSlam. Depends how big of a deal you make out of it. If you really invest some time into it and make a big deal out of it, like maybe have Theory just saying, look, I think it is right, we go our own ways, goes to shake hands, ends up getting beaten down, you know. Grayson wants to make a bit of a statement. Easily you can put them on a collision course. I think you could do some interesting stuff there. Theory face, Grayson heel. match at SummerSlam or around SummerSlam, go home SmackDown, or the Raw coming out of it or whatever. And then that gives you a good run for the rest of the year. Maybe they get drafted to different brands. I don't know. But it once again feels like we're waiting for something. We're trying to get through to a certain time period. Oldberg. It is an Oldberg video package right now. Sacking said, I don't need old Goldberg. I just need Goldberg to not look old. Navaldo said, seriously, I can't be bothered with Goldberg. Wrestle Night, hello, said, do we think that Cross goes back to the background tonight, or will we get something a little more prominent? I think he probably is not going to be happy with losing to Sami, and so I think there's probably a chance he makes his presence felt in that tag match. I don't know that this is one and done. I mean, if you think of how long they've been circling, or certainly how long Cross has been circling around Sami, I think to do one match Night of Champions and then just leave it at that seems a little strange. So I don't think he goes. I don't think he goes back to the background, but I think that we could see him getting involved in that tag match later. So I would like to see. I mean, I haven't seen anything from him. I mean, in all fairness, the match was only Saturday, and here we are Monday, and they've had to travel and everything, so there's not really been much time. But it would be good to kind of get Carrion's perspective on losing and kind of where his mindset is now. But yeah, it's been a little bit tight, hasn't it, going straight from Saturday into today's show. So maybe he attacks Sami, and then maybe we'll get like a social media promo from Carrion, like later this week or tomorrow, something like that. Okay, Chads. Getting into it with Penta, super kick. Chad went down. Yeah, pull back on the arm. I didn't think anything of that last week. There's Ludwig as well. Here he is, look. He's got his arm in a sling. He's going to need surgery. It is unfortunate. You never know. So Adam Pearce is like, so that means we're not going to see El Grande. There's Ludwig in the background again. It's time to fulfill your championship potential. Brutus is lost. Listen to Ivy. Oh my God. And Ivy just went to speak well, and then they cut her off. So the Creeds can listen to Ivy, but we can't. Here's Rusev. Here is Rusev. Why do they love cutting people off whilst they're talking? They did that to John, didn't they, at Night of Champions? He was saying a few words and we flipping switched away from him as well. Rusev. Okay. New Day versus Judgment Day. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Let me just jot down these scores. I'll get back to you. 63, 18, 15, and 2. That is great 70. Great 78. Wrestling Russ said, what have I missed? I forgot it started early. Yeah, I don't think you're alone, buds. Had to settle in. Hello to Daze and the community. Wrestling Rush, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, you won't be alone. I think this one's going to catch a few people off guard. And actually, you know, starting not as early as obviously we did at Night of Champions, but still starting early. You've actually missed a couple of things. We've had Rhea talk, Io coming out. Io saying to Rhea, I want to face you at Evolution. And so that's the match we're now going to be getting. And then we had New Day versus Judgment Day, and Judgment Day just managed to secure the win. So new tag team champs, and it means that we have got Judgment Day with a lot of gold. Not all the gold, but a lot of gold. They got the tag titles. They got the Intercontinental title. They've got the women's tag titles. They just don't have a world champion. Or a women's mid-card champion. But has everyone got a belt? If Roxanne and Raquel defend those women's tag titles, they've both got belts. Dominic's got the Intercontinental. Carly O's not around anymore. And that would be everyone, wouldn't it? Now that we've got JD and Finn with belts. I think that would be everyone having a belt. So things are very good right now for the Judgment Day. So yeah, I would say 50 minutes in, it's been all right. Better than I was expecting. And let's see how this goes. I did have some questions about this, some doubts about this. You're always going to get a great Sheamus match. Sheamus is brilliant when it comes to putting on a banger, right? So you're always going to get something out of a Sheamus match. But it's Rusev that I'm looking at to show me why we brought him back. Coming back is not a given. Like, it shouldn't be, oh, Rusev is free. Should we bring him back? Yeah, go on. Like, why? There's so much talent out there that you could go and get. There's people you could call it. You could have called up Obafemi. This could have been Sheamus versus Obafemi, right? There's so many people that you can work with that can have a spot. Why did we bring back Rusev? What is it about Rusev that we felt we needed to bring back? And I'm looking for a bit of an answer to that in this match. Listen, we could get it. Rusev is great. He's great talent. And this could be a banger. Looks like the drone just got a little bit in the way there momentarily. There was a little bit of a collision there as Sheamus was making his way to the ring. Michael said this is an interesting matchup. We're going to get into the history of this. Sheamus getting into the ring, going over, staring at Rusev. Wrestling Night said Jurassic World and WWE promotional advert narrated by Big Bronson Reed was awesome. Oh, yeah, they'll always find new ways of doing sponsorships. Better than just playing a trailer, I agree. Okay, Rusev back in one corner, Sheamus over in the other corner. We're about to get underway here. Sheamus actually looking really relaxed and like, you know, he's not ranting or raving. He's being really reserved. Are we going to... Oh, was we... I don't know. Was we at commercial break? I never know when we're at flipping commercial break. Okay, Survivor Series War Games tickets on sale next Friday. Sheamus for the dub, said A. Jobson. I'm just trying to figure out what to make for the... I don't know what that means. Here we go. Judgment Day. We got Nick Aldis. We got Adam Pearce. Okay. It'd be mean to take the title off her. We find her a new tag team partner. Roxanne. Okay, so Adam and Nick are going to confer. I mean, surely they already had this idea. What? I mean, what's their job? Okay. They're defending in 2 weeks. Ooh. We haven't got any teams in NXT. So hang on, they're going to defend against a team from Raw, a team from SmackDown, and a team from NXT. Who's that going to be? I bet Fallon and Jasmine, do you reckon? JC's already got a belt, so maybe Fallon and Jasmine go for it. It would have been Lash and Jakara, but we got rid of Jakara. Fallon Jasmine would be my guess. Although it'd be a good way to just chuck a couple of singles girls together. It'd be a good way to get like Sol Ruka. Could be Sol Ruka and Zarya. Couldn't it? Could be Sol Ruka and Zarya. Okay, well, there we go. I don't know what the flip those two were doing if they didn't already have that thought. Mackenzie said Sol and Zarya. Yeah, it could be. Could be. You could be correct. Sol is correct in belts. I don't know who I would go with, honestly. I think it's a great way of getting Sol and Zarya onto the card, though. So, yes, that does make sense. But, you know, if JC has got the women's championship, you might want the... We'll probably do a match, wouldn't we? It would make sense to do... I would do JC... Not JC. Fallon and Jasmine against Sol and Zarya. Maybe there's another little team that might show itself, but I would do at least that as a match. Winners getting that spot. Rusev... we are underway with this match as we're about to go into hour number 2. Izzy and Tatum, said TX Cam. Shots coming in. I haven't seen NXT for a couple of weeks, so I don't actually know where we are with certain people. Sheamus going over against the ropes. Clothesline, down goes Rusev. Sheamus grabbing his hands, putting his hands in the mouth of Rusev. Mackenzie said, what about Alexa and Charlotte in the match? Well, yes, they could be that SmackDown team, couldn't they? They could be that SmackDown team. That's a really good shout. So it looks like there's going to be a Raw team, a SmackDown team, an NXT team. And I'm not sure who the Raw team would be, but let's say it is Sol Zarya. Let's say it is Alexa Charlotte. Who would the Raw team be? Powerbomb there by Rusev. But you know what? Low-key, that would be a really fun match, actually. Bellas. Oh, Bellas, it would be... Would they be the Raw team? Could they go in and represent Raw? Because they were meant to be in it, weren't they? Bellas is a really good shout. I feel, though... we would have to have Nikki on the show next week, wouldn't we? Oh, Rusev jumps off the edge of the ring. Gets power slammed there by Sheamus. Celtic Warrior all fired up. Brony said Roxanne and Raquel should retain at Evolution and then Judgment Day can have all the golds. Zach said, I'm trying to figure out how to draw a skull on a wooden board frame. Well, it's good to have a hobby. Thomas said, how come Bianca and Naomi didn't have to wrestle each other to prove that they deserve it? Come on, says Thomas. Thomas, not a fan of the inconsistency. I think wrestling, unfortunately, is littered with inconsistency. But I hear you. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Hope you're doing well. Says, what about the Iconics for NXT? They're in TNA again. Well, I think they would say a TNA team, wouldn't they? I think if they was going to put in... I think they'll probably want to showcase NXT talent rather than TNA talent. I think if they were going to put another, like a TNA team in, they would have said Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and TNA. I think then Iconics... Iconics or... what are they called? Flipping Ash by Elegance and Heather by Elegance. Like, they might have stood a chance. Or are they called Spitfire? Boom, big boot. There's a few women's tag teams in TNA, but... Oh, you know me, I'm definitely down for the Iconics, or what are they? They're not called that now, are they? Are the Inspiration, are they? Thomas, shout out to you. I love Iconics, said Wrestling Russ. We all do, Wrestling Russ. We all do. Rusev grabbing the leg of Sheamus. Jumping up on the outside, stomping down on Sheamus's ankle. Getting in the ring. Kick coming to the back there of Sheamus. Sheamus still down. Rusev. Kick to the back there. Sheamus still being kept grounded. That is officially the first hour done. First hour done. Kicks coming in again there by Rusev. Spitfire have split up, said Dave. Oh. I wasn't crazy about them. I thought they were all right. I saw them in a match against Heather by Elegance and Ash by Elegance. It was pretty fun. I actually really enjoyed it. Right now, Rusev has got like a bit of a neck crank applied here on Sheamus. Days for Evolution, we've got EO against Rhea, fun match. Women's tag title match, it's going to be a fun match. I think a lot of those teams we just said are going to be fun. IC title match and an NXT women's title match. I'm really looking forward to that show. I love women's wrestling, I'm not even lying. A lot of the times I say things and I lie, and I'm not even lying. I love women's wrestling, so... I was a fan of the first Evolution. I was really disappointed we didn't do it again. So, yeah, low-key. People are always like, oh, are you excited for Night of Champions? Are you excited for this show? What's your excitement level? My excitement level for Evolution is already at an 8. And as matches are getting added, that is only getting more solidified. Like, genuinely, yeah, let's go, man. I'm looking forward to it. There is so much, like, so many great women in WWE. Like, there's so many great matches you can do, and there's so many women that deserve to be showcased, that just doing a whole show just focusing on women and showing off how great, you know, I mean, like Julia and Stephanie and, you know, Io and Asuka and Rhea, and I mean, the list just rocks down. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. NXT, Cooking, and so many great women. Even the women in Evolve. I prefer the women in Evolve to the men in Evolve. I mean, Kylie Ray and Wendy Chu and Kendall Gray and Callie Armstrong, and I think there's some brilliant women in Evolve, even if you go down to that level. I don't think they'll use Evolve women, but it'd be nice if they did have Evolve women in the crowd, maybe. Watching on so you can at least mention them. Maybe they'll show off some of the women in AAA as well. Here's Sheamus throwing in some shots to Rusev. Rusev pushes Sheamus back. Rusev goes down. And again, Rusev getting back up to his feet as Sheamus comes over. Big clothesline in the corner. Grabs Rusev, picks him up. Oh, Irish curse. Irish curse backbreaker. Rusev down. Is it just me? And it really could be. But does Rusev seem to be quite laboured in his movement? Like, when he came down, he wasn't really doing much in the way of, like, emoting or anything in the ring. Like, he was just sort of stood around waiting for Sheamus to come down. And in this match, I don't know, he just seems... Oh, big knee. I'm seeing Sheamus doing a lot more moving around than I'm seeing Rusev. Rusev seems very static. You know, look at that. That's Sheamus jumping off the top, driving a knee into Rusev. Rusev right now over against the ropes. Sheamus has got a boot in the throat. Rusev down. Rusev on the outside of the ring. Looks like we might be getting 10 beats of battering. A.B. Jobson said they're definitely stacking Evolution. Rusev getting back in the ring. Duck underneath against the ropes. Okay. Spinning heel kick there by Rusev. 1, 2. Kick out by Sheamus. Rusev picking Sheamus. Picking him up. Looking for a fall away slam. Goes over. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Sheamus. Little bit of a mark on Rusev's lip. Looks like he's just got caught with something. Sheamus, though, rolling over. Rusev probably got a little bit of ring rust. He hasn't been used much in the last 6 months of his AEW career, said James. That could be it, James. That could be it. Rusev running over. Boot there by Sheamus. Sheamus flipping over. Goes up. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Rusev climbing up. He's looking for a superplex. He's got Sheamus up top. Gets the superplex. Well, I mean, look, I've seen enough out of Rusev with that heel kick and that superplex that I certainly don't think he's carrying like an injury or anything serious. So perhaps it is just a little ring rust that we're shaking off. Okay, we are at commercial break. Raw was going well, and this match has been dire, said Bradley. They're dead, says Akim. Rashawn said Alexa or Roxanne should win the Rumble next year, said Rashawn. It's so hard, but honestly, because there's so many great women in WWE that I just think there's just so many people that it could be. I mean, you've got obviously the bigger names like your Beckys and your Charlottes and your Baileys, your Rheas, your Biancas. Like, you've got that level, your Asukas. And then you've got that sort of more emerging level, your Lyra, your Roxanne, you know? That kind of level that's not long been on the main roster, but it absolutely could get the win. Like Julia, Stephanie, you know, one of those could win the Rumble. I mean, it's still good, what, 7 months away? 6, 7 months away? 6, 7 months down the road, where will we be with Julia? Where will we be with Stephanie? So, yeah, I mean, Roxanne, she's got to be in the mix, hasn't she? Lyra, I think, will be in the mix. There's loads. I think it's so hard to predict which way that's going to go, you know, the Women's Rumble. But yeah, I think both of those names, Alexa, absolutely in the running. Roxanne, I think will be in the running, but I don't know who the favourite is right now. It feels like a lot of people are saying Sami is the favourite because of it being in Saudi, but I ain't getting my hopes up on that. Let me know. Shots coming in there by Rusev. Jessica said, Jacob Solo was one of my favourite matches at Night of Champions. It does show that bigger guys can do high-flying athletic spots. Elbow drop there by Rusev. Do we think that we get Alexa and Charlotte versus Roxanne and Raquel? Well, yes, I do. But it might be a part of that Fatal 4-Way that they've just announced, or Fatal... Is it a 4-way? Yeah, 4-way. Knees being driven in there by Rusev. Rusev just gesturing to the fans, but Sheamus reverses. Boof! White noise! White noise by Sheamus. Sheamus in control. I feel Finn out, Roxanne in this match to have them lose to get Liv out of Judgment Day. He came up with the idea real quick, had a smile on his face. He is cooking up something, says Nathan. Wrestling said, Daze, I'm researching for a video, and I just remembered that Asuka never cashed in her Money in the Bank. Is that worse than Theory cashing in on a mid-card title? Is that worse than Theory? I still think that Theory cashing in for a mid-card title, and not only cashing in on a mid-card title, but actually cashing in on a mid-card title and failing is still the worst thing I've seen from a Money in the Bank, honestly. I still think that's the worst thing. I mean, the thing with the Asuka one was that we didn't know at the time that the belt was in there, did we? So, like, that was kind of fun reveal. And, yeah, I think the worst is Theory for me. Here, going against the ropes goes Rusev. Picked up, slammed down. I think this show is boring, said Stephen. I can't get into it, really. I think this part of the show has maybe dipped a little for people. There was a concern that this might do that, but it's okay. Crowd making a little bit of noise. Rusev on the outsides as Sheamus is crawling his way over. Jessica said it might have happened in NXT, but I want to see Karrion and Damian sometime soon. Here's 10 beats of the batter rim. Big blows coming down by Sheamus. Pounding away. Whoa, up to 15. 15 beats of the battering. Right now, Rusev is down. Goes in the ring as Sheamus is listening to the fans. He's calling for a brogue. Rusev on his feet. He's took too long, surely. Yeah, good. He took ages to go for that. It felt like way too long of a delay. Way too long. Oh. Rusev, it's another big knee. Rusev down, 2. Rusev gets his shoulder up. Crowd are making some noise here. The crowd are invested. I think it's all right. That was pretty brutal knee that he just delivered, in all fairness. I mean, that was a hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. Rusev able to kick out and keep this contest alive, said Corey. Rusev rolling over. That was barely a kick out, said Jamie. Taker99 said, do we think Io will retain at Evolution? If Io does retain, then we get an Asuka Io at SummerSlam. I'm totally down for Asuka Io at SummerSlam. Sheamus planted. Charges over. Big boot. Yeah, he's taking his time. He's building for that accolade. Over. There we go. Accolade is in. Sheamus is, I mean, it's really in as well. I mean, this is his finishing move. I mean, for it to be in and in like that, like, I think, to be honest, I think that should end it. I mean, it's, oh, God, you're really no-selling his finishing move here. Sheamus powering his way out of it in a match on Raw. Nah, not keen on that. Not keen on that. Maybe if it wasn't in quite right, or it was by the ropes and we could just get to the ropes, but I mean, it was in, and it was in deep. And Sheamus just got to his feet. Sheamus with a kick to Rusev. Rusev down. This match has been given some time, said J14. Puta, shout out to you. 9. Can he beat it? Yeah, just beats it. Just beats the 10 count. Rusev gets into the ring. Sheamus on the outside, trying to get back up to his feet. Shot coming in there by Sheamus. I think this match feels like a fight. Feels like these two have thrown a lot at each other. Feels like we're probably getting to the final throes of it as well. Right now he's got Sheamus. He's going to look to suplex him. Shots coming in there by Sheamus. Sheamus has grabbed Rusev. He's got him up on his shoulders. No. Ooh, no joy. A big blow coming in there by Rusev. And again, shots coming back there by Sheamus. Trying to put him face first into that turnbuckle. Was there an eye poke there? Now we've got the turnbuckle being exposed. Referee having a word. Well, he just got driven into the exposed metal. Actually, from a DQ point of view, I don't know where we stand with that. He took the padding off and then drove Sheamus into the exposed metal. 1, 2, 3. How different is that to taking off the turnbuckle pads? That bit that's behind the turnbuckle pads. I mean, it is an exposed turnbuckle. That's like taking the turnbuckle pad off in front of the referee and the ref going, no, yeah, it's fine. The ref was right there. The referee's... What? The ref's vision was obscured by the massive body of both men. What's he on about? Don't try and tell me the ref didn't see that got taken off when he was right there in front of them. I think they're trying to make out that the ref didn't see that was exposed. They're trying to make out that had the ref have seen that, he should have DQ'd. But the massive body of both guys got in the way. It's an interesting finish. I'm going to use the word creative. It's a creative finish. But I could understand people having a few issues with it. Okay. Let's go. We've got an announcement. Battle Royal. Oh. Okay, that'll be great. So hopefully we'll have people from NXT, Raw, SmackDown, maybe even TNA. But a Battle Royal winner will fight for a Women's World Championship at Clash in Paris. Ivy says, I'm going to get myself into that Battle Royal. Oh my God, it's El Grande? And definitely not Ludwig Kaiser. Oh my God, guys, El Grande? Wow. Yeah, that's embarrassing for a lot of you that said that Chad was El Grande. Carrion attacks! Carrion attacks! Well, I thought he was going to do this during flipping the match, but he's doing it now. Say it. Carrion, gonna grab a pole. To the midsection. Oh, God. This is what it's like being a Sami fan. This is exactly what it's like. You take one step forward, 2 steps back. He's probably injured for 12 months now. This is exactly what it's like. Oh, my God. He's been murked. He's been absolutely murked. Well, I wonder if he's going to be out the match. That's one of the... He might still wrestle, but all bandaged up, mightn't he, actually? Hey, here's Stephanie. Stephanie's with Byron. I'm excited. It's an incredible opportunity for me. I came to be La Primera. What champion would you choose? So she is looking like she's going to go into that battle royal. I will face either Io or Rhea. She's not bothered. I have conquered championship all over the planet. Her English is good. Her English is good. I mean, I don't know if she, like, learned that or if she just spoke it. Like, maybe there was a bit of, like, here's the script, like, oh my God, okay. Mate, I don't know. But that was quite a lot in English that she just spoke there. I mean, honestly, I hope she's having English lessons. I hope she's continuing to learn and continuing to improve, because it will just help her so much. So much. I always knew El Grande was a separate person, said AKF. Well, AKF, shout out to you. A lot of people are looking pretty silly right now. Right. I can't get over this new Grande character. Please don't sell it as Kaiser was behind the mask the whole time. Kaiser? Looks like Grande is all of a sudden deformed, said Jay. Wrestling Andy said, how often do we think we'll get Evolution from now on? Well, I don't know. I think it's going to depend on how this works, to be honest. I don't even know if WWE know themselves yet. I think that they are going to see how this goes, and if it works, if the numbers are pretty good, if the interest is there, it could be an annual thing. Could be an annual thing. We could do this again next weekend. Oh, this weekend next year. Okay, we're just seeing earlier tonight with Io and Rhea. Word of Wrestling, hello. Said, I'm good, our kid. Better when early wrestling time. Oh, it's a very early wrestling time. We wouldn't even have started the show at this point, would we? We'd still be in the waffly bit of the stream. You're on. Look at my life, look at my life. Oh, hello, moving graphics. Hello, Rhea Ripley. Moving, Io moving. Women's World Championship, Io Sky against Rhea Ripley. What great match. Battle Royal winner earns a championship match at Clash in Paris. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. She's learning and she's getting better, says Blake. Right. Raw team, SmackDown team, NXT team, Roxanne and Raquel defending those women's tag team titles in a fatal four-way match. Evolution really taking some shape. Got a little shot of a Snickers logo. Quite a few Snickers logos. Pittsburgh Steelers in the house. Yeah, winners of the Super Bowl. Okay, here we go. Time for the Ring General. Gunther. Phantom 67, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Gunther promo making his way down. Phantom firing in some memberships for the community. Don't forget, we do have the next Hall of Fame coming up this week. So I am going to be putting the post up later for the members to vote. And then we will get a poll up in a couple of days so that you can vote for the next community member to go into the Hall of Fame. We'll probably announce the winner. Oh, I was going to do it at SmackDown, but I'm not here, am I? That's a problem. That scuppered that plan. Well, we'll definitely do the announcement someday. We've got to do it this week, though, because technically it is the 1st of July now here in the UK. Nico said, Daze, as an EO fan, I don't want to see her lose yet. It's not been a great run, but Rhea won't want to keep losing to her. Good as the match is, I can't see her losing this time. I think it's a tough one to call, because I can see an argument for both. I agree with you. Rhea isn't going to want to get to another title match and lose. But equally, EO is, you know, just very short into her reign. So I think EO goes in as favourite. I've got EO as favourite in that match, but not by loads. Minus 250 kind of a deal. So, yeah, I think it's quite an interesting one. I like the match. I think the match will be a banger. I think the result will be close. You could have Rhea win it, EO get a rematch, something like that. But I think EO retains. We know Triple H likes longer title reigns than shorter title reigns. We all saw that highlight video for Bill Goldberg. It's violent. It's brutal. It's destructive. So Gunther really putting over Goldberg. A little bit of shade being thrown. I'm not afraid of what is left of Bill Goldberg. He's 58. I know I could beat him in just under 3 minutes. But I'm going to take my time. Pick him apart. Outclass him. Embarrass him. And the crowd are applauding this. Oh, some are booing, though. Do you know, it's funny. Online, people really do not like Goldberg. But in the arenas, there is support for him. You bumped into the biggest bully around here. I'm going to bully you. Look how close he is to the camera. God, I feel like a wrestler. I feel like I'm going up against Gunther. That's what it'd be like to be face to face with Gunther. It'll be on me to ask who's next. Who's next for the ring general? Oh, Seth has interrupted. Seth has interrupted. Gunther's in great spirits. He's like very expansive and very in good spirits. Seth Gunther. Seth Gunther. What colour's that briefcase? Is that Oh my God! That's a custom briefcase? Is that black? Is that briefcase black? It's got the Seth Rollins logo on it. Is that new? But did he have that at the weekend? Because this is the first time I'm noticing it. A black briefcase with the Seth logo on. I did not know if he tried to cash that in on Saturday. I did not notice that we had given Seth a custom briefcase. Seth in the ring. He has interrupted Gunther, and yeah. Legitimately, first time I'm noticing that Seth case. I just don't know if it's new or not. It's nice though. Big E responded to the New Day losing the titles with a gif saying, "What a shame." Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It's brand new, said Bradley. Oh. Really? Interesting. The custom case for Daze would have a beanie on it. Oh, absolutely. And a little dong. Not that I've got it doesn't matter. Forget that. Yep, Gunther speaking. He hasn't been paying attention. We came out to congratulate you. Okay. Gunther puts his arms in the air. We didn't go to Night of Champions to cash this in. She did. Ah, that's good. So Seth says, if you've been paying attention, I did not go to cash in on John, but I've been saying that CM Punk will not be champion in this company, so he did it more to stop Punk than he did to actually get the belt. It's quite a nice case, actually. So Seth said it's going to be an all-out assault for both world titles. Congrats. Champ. Champy champ champ. Congrats. Champ. CM Punk. CM Punk is coming out. Not just coming out, running down to the ring. CM Punk runs down to the ring, goes after Seth. CM Punk has got a Seth Rollins problem, and he's trying to deal with it right now. Kick coming in there by Seth. Seth going back against the back elbow there by CM Punk. Seth goes through the crowds, runs through the crowd, runs away. CM Punk running down. Do you know something I've only just realised? The picture quality for Raw is like so much better than what I was getting for Night of Champions. I don't think it is my internet. I don't know what it was, but the picture quality for Raw is great. I'm operating at 1080p. I'm not 4K, but I'm operating at 1080p. Oh, CM Punk pushes Gunther over. I'll stay out of your business. You stay out of mine. CM Punk didn't give a flip about Gunther there. Don't know how I feel about Gunther getting pushed over. LA Knight has snuck up behind Seth. Who's the man now, says Seth. Turns around. Boom! LA Knight! LA Knight unloading! LA Knight and Seth are battling away in the crowds. Oh, I love it when we go into the concourse area. Look at that. Knee to the midsection. Seth, with a trash can, tips it over. Look at all the fans that are already back there. Fans must have known that something was going to happen here. Boom, look at this. Shot coming in. Oh, table down. Oh, into the side of a bar. Look at that woman as well. The bar woman, the barmaid, has got her phone out. She's like, ah! Seth has run away. But, yeah, it's always fun when we start fighting in the concourse area. Let's go. The real winner of that was that barmaid. She just had an excellent view. There's she's gonna come back. Oh, Raquel's not happy. Nice. It's gonna be a really long road for Liv. We just want you to stay champion. JD. It's a yes from JD. What's Dom gonna say? I gotta talk to Liv, says Dom. He's gone yes. Oh my god. She's gonna vote. She could vote no, because actually Dom should have voted no. I feel like someone should have voted no. Roxanne just wants to help everyone out whilst Liv's gone. Okay, Roxanne wants to go after Kyrie. She ain't gonna love this. Here's Bailey. The Judgment Day are clinging onto an old group and the whole name and the brand. It doesn't fit, said Word of Wrestling. They have got all the members on Carlito's PS5. I don't even know if that's Carlito's PS5 anymore. He might have took it with him. Bayley making her way down to the ring. Oh, they're showing Bayley. Wow, she looks amazing. Bayley announcing some of the picks. God, you don't see Bayley in a dress very often, do you? Right, Bayley, Lyra, next. This could be good. Bayley to become women's champ by the end of 2025, said Word of Wrestling. Boomer said Roxanne is just a helper, that's all. Finn is loving every minute of this, says KC. Bayley Lyra next should be really fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. They've faced quite a few times this year, but their matches are always really good. You know, my hopes for this show were rather limited, but actually, I've been fairly entertained. I don't think the show's been mind-blowing. Let's not get carried away. But, yeah, I've been fairly entertained here. Sign says, I love Bayley, and Bayley signs it. There we go, and she poses for a picture. Get in there, get in there. Be quick, love, be quick. Boom, boom. So, yeah, Bayley just... Look at that, Bayley! Yeah! Bayley going over to Michael. Oh, hello. Fist bump. Nice. Michael put his fist out and Bayley wrapped her hand around it and she was like, I won. Because everyone knows that paper beats stone. Dirty Hippo said Liv is going to love this because she will come back and pretend to be okay with it and then destroy Judgment Day from within. She already dismantled and reassembled Judgment Day once. She can do it again. Maybe this time with Evolve talent, said Dirty Hippo. She's fantastic, says Blake. Aki said we still need Bayley versus Michael Cole in a singles match. Oh mate, I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Here's the bird lady. Dun 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 dun. I do think she was to blame last week, though. I know she... Did you see that guy? Lyra just came out and she was touching people's hands. The camera just sort of shifted over a touch and there was a guy in the crowd doing that, right? I think he was posing for a picture. I think his mate was probably taking a picture. He wanted to do that with Lyra actually in the background. So he... It was just weird, though, because the camera just shifted over a touch and there was a dude standing there like... full on in pose. I don't know if this is all during commercial break. This has been one of the best parts of Raw. With Bayley having a bit of fun with the crowd and then Lyra making her entrance. Right, we are back. We've only got about 45 minutes left to go, you know. Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, 3 advert. I would ask if you would stream it, but it's on a Friday, said Jay. Of course, Jay, of course it is. Of course it is. Any way that the UFC world or the boxing world can put their content on at the exact same time as WWE, they will take it. They will take it. Right, here's a Kyrie saying video. What the flip's this, mate? What the hell is this? I don't talk big. I fight with heart and honor. Dude, she's on a ship. This is amazing. The Pirate Princess. Two-time WWE Women's Tag Team Champion. This is great. I will have all your golds. I am not afraid of anything. This is exactly how I want her presented. The Pirate Princess is here. Yeah, mate, we've leaned into it. That is so good. That is such a great video package. That is so good. I thought that was great. I don't know why we showed it, because she ain't in this match, but okay, Lyra, Bayley. Let's go. She's stealing Paul Burchill's gimmick. It's true. Perhaps he can come back. That would be sick. Imagine that. If she was like, Captain, we need to go that way. And then, like, there's Paul Burchill. Against the ropes goes Bayley. Trying to get Bayley over. She manages it. Lots of quick work here by 1, 2, Lyra. Third time they're facing. Taker99 said Daze Seth has to have a failed cash-in. He's got too many targeting him. Due to him making himself a target, we've got LA Knight, we've got Roman, we've got Cena, we've got Punk. Thoughts? Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that are after him. And if his cash-in is thwarted by one of those people, you could understand it. But he only needs a moment, doesn't he? He just needs a moment where he can cash in and get the pin before anyone comes down to stop him. I mean, all of those people are going to have to go to every show that a champion defends a belt on, because he could cash in on any of those. So, I don't know. I think it's advantage Seth. But, yeah, there's plenty of people that can thwart him. Big boot there by Lyra. Lyra going round into a backslide. 1, 2. God, she only just kicked out of that. Do you know what? Some of these pins by, like, the upcoming talent, you know, you see Julia doing a lot of these kind of types of pins, and, you know, these really intricate, like, kind of crucifix pins and everything. Some of them are really hard to kick out of. Like these backslides and like bridging and all that. Like, there's quite a few times where people only just manage to get out of it, and it's like, oof. Oh, lovely little cartwheel there, escaped by Lyra. She goes down though. She's been caught. Is she going to catapult her? I don't know if she is. She's trying to turn her over, stomping away there to the chest of Lyra. Catapult, she does. Lyra goes into the corner. Bayley grabbing Lyra, takes her down, looking to turn her over into a Boston Crab. Boston Crab applied. Lyra trying to get over to the ropes, reaching out for the ropes, being dragged back to the center. That's more like a walls, actually. Yeah, look at that. She's kind of standing up, but lovely reversal by Lyra. Nope. Just getting out. God, you've got to be so quick, so nimble. Oh, they both cross body into each other. Bayley down, Lyra down. Both are down at the moment. Jessica said Bayley needs to teach her a lesson for sure. Faux sure. Nita Nitro said Lyra is a great mat wrestler. I think some folks here have some really bad takes. Octavia said, unpopular opinion, but I don't see the hype for Lyra. She's terrible on the mic, and her ring work is just okay. Her title run was a snooze fest. I don't really get the hype for her, says Lisa. Well, lots of differing opinion when it comes to Lyra. I like Lyra. I like the pace that she operates at. I think her moveset is quite varied. I think she's very agile. And I think she's had some fun matches. I like her matches with Bayley. Her matches with Becky were okay as well. I think she's achieved quite a bit in the very short time she's been on the main roster. WWE obviously sees something in her as well. What we're making her the first women's Intercontinental Champion. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I've got to think that belt's going to be around for a long, long time. There's no reason as to why we would get rid of a women's Intercontinental now that we've introduced it. So the record books will show that Lyra was the first ever winner. I mean, that's big. But obviously she wants to continue adding to her legacy. She's going to want to win Rumbles, and she's going to want to win Women's World Championships and main event WrestleMania, hopefully. You've got to set your sights on those kinds of things. You might not achieve it, but you got to set your sights on those. So yeah, I think in a very short space of time, she's achieved quite a lot. Very, very early in her career, in her main roster career. If you think about like how long Sami has been on the main roster, how long Kevin's been on the main roster, think about how long Charlotte has been on the main roster and Becky. I mean, they came up in 2015 and here we are 10 years later. Lyra is 12 months. I can't remember when she got called up. 12 months into her main roster run. Lyra goes to the outsides. So yeah, mixed bag from the community when it comes to Lyra. Ben said, "I'm baffled. Where's the reported push for Finn Balor? He was meant to be the next champ by the end of the year, or being the next Nick Nemeth." Yeah, apparently there were reports that there was going to be a big push for him this year. I could understand it being that he, maybe not this side of WrestleMania, get past WrestleMania. Oh, big superplex. Oh, both shoulders were down there, though. I don't think that was wise by Lyra. She was going to try and hook the legs there, but her shoulders were down as well. Look at that. Bang, big superplex. But she tried, was her left shoulder slightly up, actually? Clothesline there by Bayley. Picking up, lovely work there by Bayley. Belly to back suplex. As Lyra goes to the outside, Bayley goes on the outside of the ring. Bayley coming off the steps, jumping up, elbow to the back, down goes Lyra. You can hear, I think, that Jessica Carr saying, you got to get it back in the ring. I mean, technically you haven't. This isn't for a championship, so she could win by count out. Shows what the ref knows. Silly Calyx. Bayley trying to get back up to her feet. Lyra is down, but Bayley very much in control at the moment. Tim said, would we say that Divas matches are doing better than male superstar matches at this point? I don't know that we would refer to them as Divas matches in 2025, but women's matches, I really enjoy. Yeah, the women overall might be doing a better job than the guys in 2025. A lot of people would say the best match this year was that triple threat at WrestleMania. That was mate, that net breaker was sick. that had some extra sting on it. Lyra going over, going up, lands on her feet, rolls back. Bayley charging over. Whoa, boom! Lyra into the corner and a pin. Lovely pin there by Bayley. Oh, just kicks out. Just kicks out. Just kicks out. Yeah, this was... this is sick. Bayley telling Lyra to get up. I feel like I'm watching a real battle here between these two. I know there's been some intricate little pins and whatever, but I do feel like I'm watching two women really trying to get one over on each other. Sit down, powerbomb. Two. Oh. I've said before about how, for me, the wrestlers I really admire are the ones that really put that connection in, you know? I don't want to see people throwing punches like this, you know? I want to see boom. I want to see some big shots. I want to see that impact. You can do all these flips and cartwheels, but what's that final connection look like? You know, is it satisfying? And mate, when it comes to Lyra, her final connection is so satisfying. That net breaker she hit earlier in this match. Beautiful. That sit-down powerbomb. The only thing I'd say is I wouldn't be shocked if some women come out of matches with Lyra like, jeez. Forearm shots there by Bayley. Duck underneath. Double clothesline. Right now we've got Lyra around the back of Bayley. Bayley reversing. She's grabbing the arm. Bayley going against the ropes. She's on the shoulders. No joy. Roll up there by Bayley. 1, 2. Oh, look at the bridge. Look at the bridge. Oh. And again, I don't know what pin that is, but both of their shoulders are down. Yeah, screwy finish. Both sets of shoulders down. Match is a draw. It's just to get us to the triple threat in it. Both women think they've won it. Do you know what? It's done pretty well, to be honest. Bayley and Lyra still brawling away. Bayley goes to the outside. People will be down on that as a finish, but yeah. Oof, into the barricade goes Bayley. People will be down on that finish, but I think a draw was or some sort of screw finish where they would both still kind of go, because they don't like each other. Shot coming in. Or at the moment, they've got a slight issue with each other, and they both don't like Becky. So I think the triple threat has been on the cards. They're now fighting in the crowd. Wow! Into this trunk goes Lyra. Referees are trying to come down and separate it. Oh, spoil sports. Let them fight! Let them fight! Let them fight! Let them fight! There's only one way to resolve this, honestly. A feud this heated. When you've got issues like this, it's got to be a bra and panties match. It's got to be. It's the only way we can separate these two women. It's got to be a bra and pant. We don't do them very often, but I say, just give me the book for a second. Just give me the creative ball for a minute. Just a minute. Hear me out. Evolution. Bra and panties. Lyra Bayley. We've got to get this sorted, guys. We've got to get this sorted. We need a winner. I know it's a match that a lot of people find very brutal, but we've got to find a way of separating these two. Here's CM Punk. Facts. Facts. Bron. CM Punk's all kinds of fired up. It's me, Seth Rollins, at Saturday night's main event, says LA Knight. Oh, look, it's all bandaged. James says, give Daze that MFing pen quickly. Okay, here's Sami. Here's Penta. Yeah, Sami's going to continue. See you out there, buddy. Well, this is great news. There was every chance Sami was going to be out for 12 months after that attack earlier. Right, I'm guessing this is our main event. Normally with half an hour to go, we do straight into main event territory. I wouldn't be shocked as well if this show ends a touch early so that they can quickly get to the SmackDown stuff, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends 2 hours 20 or something instead of 2 hours 30. Because they haven't really got to go to any set time, have they? They can do what the flip they want. Sami making his way down there. Let's, I don't know, main event, maybe? Probably. Sami, Penta, Bron, Bronson. Is this pre-recorded? Said I'm a villain. No, it's live. Live. Jessica said, wasted so much time on Rusev Sheamus. Is this the main event, said My Phenomenal Figures? I think so. I'm with you. Bra and Panties match. Give Divas a chance, says LB. There's a lot of people that won't be brave enough to call for such a match because we don't see it very often, but I've got an extensive knowledge of bra and panty matches, and in my mind, they're the most brutal matches you can have. So, let's do it. Let's do it. If that actually happens, I might have a heart attack. Part of me is like, maybe we shouldn't do it because I might not survive. That could be the end of me in this channel if we actually did that match. Some people are going to really want it now. Some people wanted it before, but after hearing that, they're like, oh my God, they're literally on the phone to Triple H. Sami has made his way down. Thomas said they are brutal. Me and Thomas have got extensive knowledges. They didn't mention Evolution 2, did they? What, for the Bailey situation? I can't remember, you know. I think they said number one contender. That was a number one contender match. Winner would face Becky. I can't remember if they said it would be at Evolution. It should be because they're women. And that's the women's show. Here's Penta. Harbour Binger said, why not go more extreme and have a pillow fight or a hardcore mud wrestling match? Listen. Let's start bra panties. Let's do... Listen. 3 stages of hell. Yeah? 3 stages of hell. We can do pillow fight, bra and panties, and we'll finish it off with mud wrestling. Yeah? Mate, the flipping... I think Evolution 2 would be the most viewed WWE PLE of all time if they did that. If TKO really care about ratings, yeah? If they really want to make some serious money... All I'm saying is that perverts have money as well, yeah? Perverts... In fact, I would say perverts seem to have more disposable income than any other category of person. The whole adult industry is kept afloat by perverts, and that's $1 billion industry. So, I mean, let's not shoot down this idea too quickly, right? Cardi B with her new jam called Outsides. That's my summer jam. Penta has made his way down. Don't forget a stretcher match, says Christopher. A naked stretcher match. Ludwig was in the Americano suit, said Lalo 89. That was El Grande. Hannah said, Daze, hi. I'm looking forward to the 10-hour full detailed in-ring analysis for the show. But what will you do after, since Raw is early? Maybe a night run. A night run. No, I'm hoping to do an unseen. Oh. The visionary is perfecting plan B. Here's Bron. Bronson likes this plan. That's a plan. And it starts now. Bron said that plan starts now. I don't think that was the plan. It's a plan. Here's Bronson. Here's Bron. Here's Heyman. Bron, yeah. CM Punk did call them Bron. Bronson looks great, actually. Bronson looks in great shape. He's still got his size. He's still got a bit of girth, but I don't think there's much extra timber there. He looks good. Really good. Bron Breakker. Bronson Reed making their way down to the ring. Heyman at ringside. Seth on a jet. Working on plan B. James said if you really want to go Percy. Who's Percy? Go on, Percy. Strap on a pole match. Strap on a pole match. I think we have great ideas as a community. That's all I'm going to say. We have great ideas. Keaton said, Daze, if you had to predict early what would be the main event of Mania, I would say Rock Roman. That would be brilliant if we could get that over the line. We've been waiting for that so long. Rock Roman being done due to health, but Rock's schedule, it would be amazed. Yeah, I hope we can get that over the line. That would be a fantastic main event. I would like to see the women get in a main event. I sort of feel like I don't know at what point the women are going to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like Bianca and Sasha did it, and obviously Becky and Ronda and Charlotte did it. But yeah, I sort of feel like every year we sort of make a reason as to why the women can't do it this year. I think it was right that Sami and Kevin took on the Usos. Was that 39? I think that was right. And I think it was right that against the ropes, we did CM Punk get into main event WrestleMania. Like, I feel like that was, acceptable. But I don't know, if we're going to sit with a blank piece of paper for next year, I really would look at that right now and go, right, how do I get the women to main event at least night one? I mean, if you're going to do Rock Roman, that main event's night two. I don't know that you get that. It could be Cody Rock as well if Rock's free. You could do Cody Rock. You could do Roman Rock. But I would be looking, going, how do I get the women there? And we spoke about this the other day, and it's like, I think it's going to take a really creative story to get the women there. So this is why I think you need to think about that now, because you might need to be building it now, or certainly at SummerSlam, from SummerSlam. Might need to be putting in that work now this year in order to get them there for next year. It's just hard to see that happening, isn't it? Oh, Bron Breakker, boom! Collides into Sami, and Sami goes down. Yeah, it's hard to see him doing it because you've got Punk, you got Roman, you got maybe Rock, you got Cody. I mean, it's just, how do you not have these people in the main event? But then that's the wrong attitude, isn't it? Because they've already main evented loads of times. Well, not Punk, to be honest. He's done it once. Sami in the corner. Bang! Back elbow there by Sami. Imagine if we put all the Japanese women in a match. Imagine that. Kairi, Io, Asuka, Julia. Have we got any others? Imagine that match, though. Oh, Io, Kairi, Asuka, Julia. Fatal 4-way for the Women's Championship. Oh, jeez Louise. That'd be sick. Going over against the ropes. Bang! Big shot there by Penta. Duck underneath. Bron. Super kick. Bron goes out the ring. But yeah, you got Seth's group as well. You got... Oh, look at Sami doing a little... with hurt ribs as well. What a legend. Over the top. Boom! Comes down on Bronson. Penta comes down on Bron. Bron down. Bron down. Sami and Penta. Sami learned that from El Generico. He can hang with the Luchas. His good friend El Generico taught him loads. I'm thinking of booking Penta. WWE didn't do a good job with some of their top wrestlers. I think it's the booking of Penta. WWE didn't do a good job of booking some of their wrestlers, says Thomas. Big time, hello. Daze, what do we think about the show? Now that we're halfway through 2025, what do we think about the overall product? Oh, just a quick question then. What do you think about tonight's show? Oh, also, what about the first 6 months? I think that the first 6 months have been okay. I don't think they've been as good as 24, 23. I think that WrestleMania was a disappointment. I think The Rock getting involved and not following up was a disappointment. I think Cena's heel turn has been a mixed bag. I think the best in-ring match, I think a lot of people would say that women's triple threat. I actually, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, probably thought the men's main event was a touch better. Really, it was the Heyman betrayal that put it over for me. Other than that, I thought it was very close between those two matches. So, I don't know. Either of those, I think you could say just from a pure in-ring kind of point of view. But I think if I had to select one match for the first 6 months, it's hard to not go Sami Kevin. Elimination Chamber and that absolutely incredible 5-star flipping match that they put on, which... was so brutal and had just, it was just incredible. I am a Sami stan, so maybe there's some bias there, but I don't think so. Because legitimately, I think Meltzer gave that 5 stars. And Meltzer never gives flipping WWE high praise for matches, so I think, honestly, that is the match. That is the match. So, score-wise, probably 6.5, 6.75 for the first 6 months. I feel like a lot of my scores have been around that range. So, I feel like that's probably fair. Maybe knocking on the door of a 7, but I really would not be wanting to go any higher than that. So, around that. In regards to this show, I've been entertained, honestly. I mean, I'm sat here with probably, 15 minutes left to go. And it's been such an easy watch. It's been so easy. I kind of went into it I haven't really got high expectations. I'm struggling to find the talking points, but it's just that I really got some out of Bailey Lyra. I think the Rusev Sheamus match is okay. Probably the low point. I don't really care about this main event because, honestly, if Sami and Penta wins, who gives a flip? And if Bron win, who gives a flip? So, as a main event, I think this is a little disappointing. It doesn't really mean anything. But, it's got a bit of star power to it. We're trying to build up Bron. Sami as well. Obviously, trying to highlight Sami as we're trying to build him up as we potentially head towards Royal Rumble next year. It's never a chore to watch Sami. I always enjoy watching Sami, of course. So, But yeah, I don't know. Show a bit weird. Not loads of talking points. Not loads to kind of get lose your mind over. But just good pace, and it's kept me engaged and solid. I would say this year has been solid, not spectacular, and I'd say this show has kind of been similar. Watchable, you know. I don't find watching, even in 2025, I don't find watching WWE a chore. I don't sit here going, oh, guys, I might be done, you know. This is so rubbish. I don't feel that way, but it's just not as good as 2023 or 2024. And that's fine. It's okay for us to have a little dip down. So I feel like this show kind of makes me feel about the year, really, that it's fine. I'm entertained. I'm sports entertained. Things are happening. Not loads of OMG moments, but we're keeping the story going. And it probably shakes out at 6, 7, 5, 7. And that might be where I am for the year. Lovely little seated springboard moonsault to the outside there. I do think Bron Breakker should have stayed solo, says Blake. Sami has improved on the mic, but he could bulk up a little bit, said Jessica. Yeah, I actually don't know why he doesn't like hit the gym. I mean, he's clearly got some muscle there, right? But I don't know why he doesn't like work on his. I think it's because a large part of his career and success has been that sort of guy next door, really relatable type character. If he came down all ripped and jacked, it might change that. Sami is a guy that loves wrestling, grew up wanting to be a wrestler, has got himself into a situation where he is like a really good in-ring competitor. Like, he's really good with his selling and his facials and do you know what I mean? Like, actually put Sami in a singles match and you stand a good chance of getting something really good out of it. Because he's that good. So I don't think he really worries too much about like being all jacked and ripped and all that kind of stuff. I do agree that it would maybe help, but I don't know. I wonder if it would also take away from his kind of guy next door, super relatable, that's my guy, that could be me type thing. I mean, not that I look like that, but I dream of looking like... I dream one day of looking as good as Sami does. And there's no point dreaming of looking like Bron Breakker or flipping Ludwig Kaiser. I don't believe in miracles. Bron goes down to the outsides. Sami used to wear a mask. It shows how good his facials are, says Rich. I don't know what you mean. His mask did still show his face. It wasn't a full face mask, was it? Nice jump there by Bron as he collides into Sami. Sami going into that commentary table. Boom. Bronson is so good for me. He really is that big guy. He's able to work really well with the likes of Sami. I know I'm always praising Bronson, said Jamie. No, I think Bronson's good. I think he is good. I think WWE think he's good as well. They've put him in a really high-profile spot. Bronson had a really good feud with Braun. Obviously managed to get himself into that War Games match. Obviously then suffered an injury, but they've brought him straight back at the very top with being in this Seth group. So I think what you see with Bronson, WWE see it as well. Sami goes down and he's selling his ribs at the moment as he's trying to get over and make that tag. Someone said, oh, there we go. Joel said, do we prefer Sami as a heel or a babyface? Oh, I prefer him as a babyface because I think he is really good at that kind of, you know, you rooting for him like, come on, Sami. I think that whole him trying to become a world champion, being like, you know, constantly facing setbacks and, you know, constantly being the bridesmaids. It's perfect for that like babyface role. I think as a heel, I don't know. I mean, he's all right as a heel. is all right as a heel, but actually, probably the times that I found myself least interested in Sami on the main roster was around like the pandemic time, when he was doing the whole conspiracy thing and he was like a heel, and I wasn't really, I don't know, it was there, I wasn't really engaging. Oh my God! Big Bronson just crashing down on, oh Jesus! Bronson, bang, shot to the back, Sami again screaming in pain, trying to reach over towards Penta. And this is where, you know, this is where Sami kind of excels. I mean, really selling the injured ribs, going down, reaching out. And Bron just grabbing Sami's bandages, preventing him from making that tag to Penta. As we, I think, maybe come back from commercial break. And as we said, we haven't got long left here. Probably looking at around about 10 minutes. Mackenzie said Sami could be that next Daniel Bryan. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I think that he's probably been on the main roster too long to reach that point now. Daniel came in with some real momentum straight out of the gate because Daniel was kind of like the king of the indies. Daniel had some absolute bangers in Ring of Honor, and when Daniel signed, there was a core part of the audience that knew of him and that were already like, he was a big deal when he signed with WWE. He was like the indie darling. He was the indie guy. He was the king of the indies. And so everyone was like, okay, he's in WWE now. What are they going to do with him? So and they kept losing in NXT. When he was in NXT in that kind of season 1, he struggled. Tag made, in comes Penta. But the crowd just loved him and wanted to see him succeed. And just, I mean, he just came out of NXT like a bullet out of a gun, really. Straight out of the tracks, had the crowd support, and bang. I mean, he was in NXT in that kind of game show in, 2010? And it's only a few years later, like early 2014, that we've got WrestleMania 30 and WrestleMania. And obviously a lot of the build of that was 2013. So, you know, if you think 3 years between NXT and really getting stuck into him and the Authority, and then you compare to what Sami's been on the main roster like 10 years now. So I don't think we've been able to get him to that level and get him that level of support. It's a really interesting conversation, that. I mean, what is it that Daniel Bryan had that Sami doesn't? It can't just be a yes chant. Shoulder up. But Sami does fiery promos. Sami's really good in the ring. Perhaps it's just been creative. Perhaps the creative has just been really awful for Sami. Perhaps Sami has not found that, you know, perhaps if Sami had the whole yeet thing instead of Jay, maybe that would have worked for Sami. And maybe that could have unlocked it for Sami. I think Daniel with the whole yes thing just took him to a different level. Sami hasn't got anything like that. Maybe that's what's missing. Frankensteiner. Bronson grabbing Penta, picking him up. Boom! Huge sit-down powerbomb. 1, 2. Sami makes the save. Sami makes the save. He even lets the crowd know it's a 2. It's a 2. TJF said Bryan Danielson is a legit technical wrestler. Jennifer said it's because there's no authority type for Sami to go up against like Daniel had. Martin said, Daze, please say something to stop me clicking confirm on purchasing Sev's briefcase. Oh, is it on there, is it? How do we feel about Trish Tiffy if the rumours are true? I don't hate it, to be honest. I'm definitely down for it. I mean, it is believed that Trish is going to come in soon. Maybe it is going to be for the SmackDown taping. And yeah, I'm not down on that. I think that would be a good, big, decent name for Tiffy to get a win against. I wouldn't expect Trish to win. Haluva, no. Big shot there by Bron. Straps coming down. Against the rope goes Bron. Sami up. Big boot. Big boot. 1, 2. Bronson makes the save. Bronson makes the save. Penta gets thrown to the outsides. Another kick coming in. Sis said Daniel was on Total Divas. Naomi and Jimmy were fan favourites, so it was very popular. I think, to be honest with you, I think it's a little bit of what everyone's saying. I think legitimately what TJF is saying is true. I think Danielson is a better wrestler than Sami. I think Sami is still excellent, though. But yeah, I can concede that Danielson is had better matches throughout his career. Again, I think it's a good shout that Danielson was on reality shows. And, oh, look at that by Sami. Look at that by Sami. Come on, Sami. My God, that was so good. What a oh, God, no, he's just been murked. That is, oh, God, and he's going to lose, and he does. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, he did an amazing suplex, and then he just got speared out of his skin. Oh, God. This is what it's like. This is what it's like being a Sami fan. It's flipping 1 step forward, 2 steps back. All the time. Oh, God. Right now we've got Bron. And Penta gets planted. They're saying that it's Sami's injury that has basically cost them there. Not flipping Sami Zayn. It's just what happens if you're Sami Zayn. Bronson is going to the outside. He's going to go up. There's going to be a tsunami, but Jay making the save. My dog. My dog. Oh, look. It's all Lucy. Jay is going to make the save. Steel chair to the midsection. Boom! Bang! And wallops Bron with it. I wonder if we'll get Jay and Sami against Bron. Duck underneath. Jay in there. Big shots coming in there by Jay. Unloading. Whoa. Boom. Super kick. Jay has got the chair. Bang! Hurls it at Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed goes down after having a chair just flipping chucked at his face. There's Sami. Sami back in the ring. Crowd going cray-cray. There's Penta. Heyman on the outside, looking a little bit frustrated, but he shouldn't be because Bron have picked up the victory. Sami is blood, said Navaldo. Sami is bigger than Daniel to the mainstream. Daniel's belt run in AEW doesn't mean anything, says Rich. Well, I'm not too focused on Daniel now. I'm talking more about Daniel when he was in WWE. They've just got beaten by a tag team wrestler, said Scottish Nightmare. The tans are ridiculous. You should not look radioactive or like a buff sweet potato. Oh my God. A buff sweet potato? I really don't think that's the vibe that Bron Breakker was going for, but I do love it for him. A buff sweet potato? I wonder if that's the name of the colour tan that he goes for, sweet potato. Sweet potato colour. I hope so. I flipping hope so. Austin said, that was an enjoyable Raw. Do you know? Yes. Yeah. Better than I was anticipating, honestly. I was what is it though? Because I was expecting to be in the 6s, but I think actually I'm probably still in the 6s, but I'm high-end 6s, and I might be knocking on the door to a 7. I don't think we get any crazier than that, but I mean, look, opening match banged. You said it was great, 78. You really enjoyed the opening match. Sheamus Rusev, you said was good, 93, and I agree. We went in with a few concerns. It felt a bit slow at the start. There was a few, I don't know, Rusev looked a little off to me. And then it picked up a little bit and, reached its conclusion. I enjoyed Bayley Lyra, but you only said it was only 2% better than Rusev Sheamus. I might be a bit more favourable than that. And main event, I wasn't really engaged in it in the sense of edge of the seat, oh my God, who's going to win? Because as we said, what does it actually matter? But some nice moments in there, like you would expect, really. So, yeah. And then you've got a bit of storyline progression with the whole Roxanne thing and Evolution and Seth brawling in the concession stand. And, yeah, fine, good. Let's go. Not down on it. It was working for Sami, just at the wrong time. The Bloodline stuff could have catapulted him, said Nita Nitro. Oh, and it did. I mean, I will... surely the highlight of his career is Montreal. Elimination Chamber, him and Roman. And he's got the... he's going for the win, and then you get all the outside interference and everything. That's got to be the pinnacle. Right there. He's never won a world title, but that's certainly the closest he's come to it. And, they did have his wife and his kid at ringside, and they did a big interview thing. And Sami has even admitted that he didn't quite know going into it how it was going to go. And as they're doing all these interviews with his wife and his kid, and he knows that Montreal is going to be behind him, he couldn't help but just wonder, are they? Could they? And obviously the answer is no, because we know that we get to WrestleMania and we know that Cody fights for the title and actually that year loses. And that's the 39, and then we have to wait another 12 months and we get more Roman. But, he was like, could they? And honestly, there's moments where it's like, oh my God, could they? And there was a moment there where kind of Sami was right up in the conversation with Cody. It was a bit awkward. There's maybe an argument to be made that if Cody had not come back to WWE, we may have got Roman Sami at WrestleMania. They main event at Montreal, and Sami is over, and not just in Montreal, great reactions in other places. And maybe they would have kept going with that had Cody not been around. Don't know. But he was around, and, that was kind of it for Sami then. And I think they are really trying right now. I'm looking and I am seeing them investing a lot of time into Sami. He's getting a lot of TV time. They're having him dig deep. They're having him talk about, wanting to be champion, being a world champion, having never achieved it, There's lots of talk about it. I mean, of course, everyone's talking about the fact that the Royal Rumble's in Saudi. We know that Sami gets great reactions over there. I don't know. I think there is a chance. I think Sami winning the Rumble, I've got him as the front runner at the moment. But, I mean, you don't need to tell me about how Sami gets to the dance and then falls short. If he goes, I mean, it could be that Sami is meant to win and then he's accidentally eliminated and then we have to have a different winner, right? That would not shock me if that happens. If they had everything in place for Sami to win that Rumble and then someone accidentally knocks him and he falls out the ring and gets eliminated. I mean, that is just what it's like being a Sami fan. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I just hope that he gets a title, world title, just not the WWE one, the world heavyweight one, just one that he can say that he did it, he made it, he reached the top before he retires. That's all I need. I've even said I don't care if someone cashes in seconds later. Does not matter. The record books will show that he did it. He achieved it. He reached the mountaintop. Even if it was for a fleeting moment. Even if he is cashed in on immediately. As long as there's enough time to just get a picture of him holding the belt up with a big smile on his face so that we can sell some plaques, some signed pictures and whatever. I actually don't think his run would be that good because I think he is the kind of the poster boy, the picture boy of the underdog trying to make it. He is like Cody trying to finish his story. And then after that the actual run would probably be not that special. I'd like to think it would be, but I don't think too many people are looking at Sami as being like someone that's going to be like a multiple-time world champion that's going to have long title reigns. So, I don't know how his run would actually go, but I'd love for him to achieve it, as everyone already knows. It was timing with Daniel. They didn't ruin a 4-year story, but with Sami hitting it big where they would had to, said Rich. Days shows are more enjoyable when going into them with low expectations. That's true, actually. I did enjoy this. I did not hate this. I don't know how people are going to vote for it or what they're going to say about it, but I am coming out of it that was all right, And we started this stream with me going a bit worried. The lineup isn't that strong. I'm a bit worried about this, bit worried about that. But then I wasn't expecting a title change. I didn't know we were going to get Bayley Lyra. The Gunther segment was more interesting than I thought it was going to be. I didn't know Seth was going to come out. I certainly didn't know Seth and LA were going to start fighting in the concession area. The whole Judgment Day thing with Roxanne coming in, the Evolution announcements, fun little Kyrie video package. Let's go. Great show. Each match was very different, said Akeem. I'm going to give it an 8. NXT is the next team, said Thomas. Yes, we'll be back tomorrow for it'd be nice to get back to NXT. Do you know, tonight, in my mind, it's actually earlier than it is. We started our coverage at 9, and I really don't feel like I've just done 4.5 hours, right? In my mind, it's probably about 11 now, something like that, right? I just looked, and it's 20 to 2 in the morning. So actually, it's not that early. It's actually later than I thought. But, should have time now to start. And my voice is okay. I was going to do an unseen after Saturday, but my voice... if you saw the review and opinions video for Night of Champions, I'm sure you could probably tell that my voice was not in a great place. It actually got a bit worse after that video. I think that video made it worse as well. So... I was like, I can't do it. Bringing Unseen back with me croaking my way through it did not feel like the right play. And then on Sunday, it was just quite quiet from a news point of view. There really wasn't loads of news yesterday. You do find that sometimes on a Sunday. So I was like, do you know what? Cut your losses. Come back stronger on Monday. We're all right. My voice feels all right. Everything feels good. So, and we're early as well. They really all know it. Unless the folders go down, which touch wood they don't. There's really no reason to not get a cheeky little Unseen in there. So, going to go work on the review. Going to go work on Unseen. And hopefully I can find a little bit of time to try and catch up on the old NXTs that I've missed, because I still haven't caught up on those. But yes, we are back tomorrow with NXT, of course. And that'll be the first time we will have done NXT in a good few weeks. Calvin said, why is it that Grayson's getting more TV time when Austin is nowhere to be found? It's the 3rd time it's happened, and it's getting very annoying. Well, I wonder if Austin's going through a bit of a rebrand. I wonder if he needed a bit of a time away, a bit of a break. I've not heard of an injury or anything, but I wonder if there's a bit of a rebrand going on for him or something. There must be a reason. I don't know if it's just time off or something, but obviously there'll be a reason. I don't think he's just sat in catering. So, yeah, I don't know. That whole story is frustrating, to be honest. I don't know where we're going with it, but it'll be good to get an answer on that. Cal, hello, said, I can't lie, the booking for the Seth group is terrible. They get beat up each week. They're supposed to be a force to be reckoned with, but they just keep getting beat up each week. It's poor, says Cal. I could understand that. I mean, they did get the win, but obviously it's the baby faces that stand tall. But I think, to be honest, the message that will go back to Seth is that Bron got the victory. And, you know, they got the job done, but they've got a Jey Uso problem. So, yeah, I can understand that, but I think this is the problem where you've got 3 people in that group and all 3 of them need to be protected. You know, sometimes you have people in the group that can take the loss, that can, you know, Sami was taking quite a few L's for Bloodline. Which meant then that, like, obviously Roman was kept strong, Solo was kept strong, Jey was kept fairly strong. Sometimes Jimmy might lose the odd match, Jey might lose the odd match sometimes as singles matches, but it was Solo, it was Sami that was taking quite a few L's. We don't really have anyone in this group that can let the group down, you know, that can take the losses. And this group are not going to be booked, I think, where they just win every match they have. So, don't know. Booking it is going to be a little bit difficult. Actually putting in an Ethan Page or a Grayson Waller into this group or an Austin Theory into this group, maybe that's where he is. Maybe Theory has gone off and he'll pop back in and he'll pop it into this group. I wonder if that is an idea, and that might be why we've not seen him for a little bit. Don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Hannah said, Daze, I think Mason T-Bar might fit well in Seth's group. They didn't have those strange... If they didn't have those strange gimmicks. And also if they were still with the company. But if they didn't have those gimmicks and they were just kind of in the group as big, strong... Well, to be honest, I think you need people to take losses. I think what the group is missing, in my opinion, is a comedy person, a Sami person that can take some losses for the group, that can sort of let the group down and the other members get a bit frustrated with, but is kind of providing some comedy as well. And they get revenge on him by putting him in matches that he probably isn't going to win, you know? So, you know, you put him in a match against, like, I don't know, flipping Sheamus. And he's like, what? And it's like, good luck, buds. And he goes out there, he's getting smashed, and then mid-match, of course, Bron will come down, Bron Breaker, and he'll, you know, murk Sheamus, and it'll be a DQ. But, like, you know, you've got this person that's, you know, out there to sort of let the group down a little bit, but also provide comedy. And it is the Sami role, what Sami brought to the Bloodline. I sort of feel like Seth's group is missing that. We need some comedy to just sort of, some light relief, some comedic relief for this group. Because it then means that the intensity of the others can bounce off the comedic aspect of the comedy person. So I don't mind an Ethan Page being in that role. I don't mind a Sami being in that role if they was going to go that way, or a Grayson being in that role, or a Theory being in that role. But I think rather than more big muscular or big tall guys that are just going to be, you know, more people that can't afford to take losses, I think I don't sense that's what's missing. I think what's missing from the group is that kind of Sami role, which, you know, like we had it with Carlito in Judgment Day, and also you had, like, JD did a bit of the kind of comedy stuff at times, and Dominic's done some of the comedy stuff at times, but Carlito provided a lot of that comedy in Judgment Day. Bloodline, you had Sami, and Seth's group just doesn't have anyone doing that. So I don't know if that person will get added, or maybe they're going to take this group in a brave new direction, but if we was to add someone, it would be someone like that. How far back are you covering news? Only today. I mean, that's one of the big challenges, to be honest, but is knowing where to draw the line. And I'm just going to go back today. I'm not going to go back weeks and weeks and weeks. I mean, to be honest, that news is old news now. And that's the thing with Unseen. Someone actually recommended, why don't you just do like one Unseen a week rather than several? But the problem is, if you save up all the news by Saturday, anything that was Monday, Tuesday is probably out of date. When it comes to wrestling news, it only has a very short shelf life. So I think a lot of that news is probably out of date or known now, has been spoke about in other, videos or whatever, and the conversation has moved on. So the only stuff really that would be timeless would be like, say, the community stuff or maybe some fun stuff that's done the rounds. But yeah, certainly from a news point of view, all of that is just today. James said, maybe tell people not to send SmackDown spoilers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to include SmackDown spoilers. There won't be SmackDown spoilers in Unseen, so you don't need to tag me in them. To be honest, I'm pretty confident I'll still be sent them. I'll still be sent them by people that haven't seen this, and will just tag me in them or whatever. But yeah, I'm not going to look to include them. I don't really see the point, to be honest. If something happens at the taping now, surely you just want to watch it on Friday. I don't really see the point in knowing about it and then just ruining it for yourself on Friday. So, yeah, I'm not interested in them. It's not something that I will be seeking out. But as I compile Unseen, to be honest, it might be difficult for me to avoid them anyway. So that's the problem with tape shows. But to be honest, I can't be too down on the fact that we've got a tape show, because I actually agree with it. Because, of course, I don't want the wrestlers having to work on the 4th of July. I know that's a big deal in America, so I don't... I agree that they should be allowed it off. I agree that this should be a tape show. And I'm actually very grateful that we haven't had too many tape shows this year. So no complaints from me. I get it. Right, I think we're done anyway. I'm going to go away and start working on opinion videos and Unseen and all of that. So thank you to everyone that's joined us. I know it was earlier than usual, and I know that this was... something which might have caught a few people off guard. I know the show, certainly from a paper point of view, being written down was maybe not the most exciting looking thing in the world, but actually exceeded my expectations and hopefully exceeded yours. The main event has come out with a good rating, which I'm a bit surprised at. Normally, the match that closes the show gets quite a bit of time, lots of fun spots. Thought would have got to great, but it was very close. Look, 45 and 40, but it is actually a great rating for the main event. So your favourite match, and I think understandably, was New Day Judgment Day with a title change and loads of fun action, and I can definitely agree with that. So there we go. Awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. We will be back tomorrow with another stream for NXT. It'll be lovely being back doing that. And, of course, I'm going to try and work on and seeing some bits now for the channel. So, thanks a lot for watching. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.